Introducing your host, FCB.
How you going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. And I hope you're all in amazing spirits. Welcome to 505 Comms Clear, your opportunity to speak to me direct. FCB live here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Love your questions. Got lots of amazing questions to get through today. And I say thank you to those that have contributed and given us those questions through through the chat, through, the Rumble and YouTube and everywhere else. And I'm going to answer them to the best of my ability based on facts, evidence, and receipts as always. And there's a lot to get through. Some really, really amazing questions. And Jan Susan 58's been giving me some real hairy ones. Oh, yes. No, I'm going to answer them for you, Jan. Don't you worry about that, Jane. We've got plenty to get through today, don't we? So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Freedom Channel broadcast. Now, welcome. Oh, yes, this thing won't stop. It doesn't want to end. There we go. So, yes, welcome to the new show. Isn't it amazing? Lots of things going on and all that. But today, ladies and gentlemen, it's about giving some real answers to your questions. This is not going to be a complaints department. No. It's not going to be one of those call in and talk about how shit everything is and complain. No. This is about real questions and real answers and real clarity, cutting through the noise. And basically what we're going to go through is your questions. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to sit there and make it into a complaint session like the others. I know there's others out there and it's like, I'm not really getting value. No, because all they're doing is sitting there complaining about how bad things are. You know what I mean? No. Here, you're going to call. You can call in. You can speak directly to me. And I'm going to empower you. That's the difference, okay? You're not going to sit there and get circle jerked by 10 million different people. No, you're coming direct to me, FCB. Now, what I want to do first is, if you notice on top of my screen here, you will see a QR code. And it says, call FCB live. That means you can scan that code and then you can come into the studio and we can have a chat. And I'm looking forward to it. However, I want to get through a few things before we get into that. So I want to say always a big thank you to Carol and Soren. They're awesome. They are my family. They are awesome. And I want to say thank you to all of you for tuning in. Okay, so let's start off. Since Jane Susan 58 a week ago gave me this question. If the IRS is being eliminated, where are the tax going that are presently being taken out? Okay, number one. We know that the IRS is going to basically be eliminated because there is a bill that was being put through, I think it was by Massey, to eliminate the IRS. So that's definitely in the cards, okay, as well as there is a bill to get rid of the Fed. So that's all factually proven. It's a bill that's in there. Now, where is the taxes going? Well, basically the taxes are going over there to the tax department at this point, right? And can I tell you where it's magically going? No, I can't. Because, I work with facts, evidence, and receipts here. Okay? I'm not going to sit there and come up with all these excuses like the others. Oh, no, it's going into it's savings fund. No. And they've got no facts, evidence, and receipts to prove it. So what is this all about? Why is this continuing on? Why are they continuing to hammer us with tax and IRS and all that? Well, the thing is, obviously, it's about pissing off the masses as well. And it's basically these masses are like, oh, why should I give money to this and that? Why should I give money to the tax department if they're really not doing my will? You know what I mean? And that's what it's all about. And then you got, General Flynn that's stirring the pot on the other end. You heard about that, right? General Flynn stirring the pot saying, why should we be paying taxes? For what reason? Yeah, well, basically what he's doing is exposing the tax department as one fat slush fund. Okay? So that's the first part of your question, Jane. The second part, you got 3 questions. If Jared Kushner's a bad egg, which we know, will President Trump really do anything against him since his daughter is married to him? Now, the question is this. He's being exposed. The answer, is this. He's being exposed. But what he's doing right now, it's exposure. Okay? That's how it is. At this point, it's all about exposure. Remember, President Trump is surrounded by vipers, snakes. And what it's all about is exposing them. And it's got to happen organically, guys. Okay, that's how it's got to happen at this point. So hopefully that answers your question on part 2. Part 3, no one around me is believing about Fauci's information. Do you think the truth will ever be revealed? Well, it is. It's coming out now. Did you see that previous show that I did the pulse on Fauci and I exposed everything that's going on? Well, look at his former advisor, so Fauci's right-hand man, is basically pleading guilty, which means he's getting a sentence. And you think about this. What happens when you get a sentence? Well, you're going to cut a deal, aren't you? I'm going to tell you about Fauci and all the dirty stuff about him if you give me a lighter sentence. So realistically speaking, as President Trump said in the Q drops, it's time to end the horror show. And then also Q says it must be done in the rule of law by the court of law. Well, there you go. And then there's all these other things that have been spilled out about, shall we say, the COVID vaccine. Like you're seeing how about the miscarriages, that's all coming out. And all these other things that are coming out, drip, 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 drip. And it's preparing the masses for the massive smash that's coming their way. Remember, they've got to become acclimatized, so you got to, it's like the UFO situation. You know how you got the UAPs, UFOs, how President Trump has been dropping releases one after another. But it hasn't been, oh, here's the bodies, here's the ETs. No, it's nothing like that. It's drip, 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 getting people used to it because think about this. People are going to come to a hard realization that they trusted, obviously, St. Fauci and the government to do the right thing, their leaders, and they didn't do the right thing. They pushed a, shall we say, an experimental, you can call it whatever you want. Because remember, I explained that they changed the definition of a vaccine. Back in the 80s, it was different to what it is during the pandemic. So there you go. So yes, the truth will be revealed about Fauci, and you could see this wouldn't be coming out if it wasn't. He's revealing that they were concealing COVID records. So already Fauci is implicated. And like I said, deals are important, aren't they? And I'm sure there's deals that are being made, and it's all happening on Todd Blanchard's watch. So yes, hopefully that answers your questions, Jane. I know you were there in the chat before. Hopefully you were satisfied with that. Now, another question by Jane. Jane's given me 4 questions and then some. Okay, now, how can individual states not adhere to the president's executive orders? New York has no intentions of changing their vax schedule or requirements for school and will not accept religious exemptions. Well, guess what? The states don't have to accept the presidential executive orders. The 10th Amendment limits the federal power over the states. That's a fact. You cannot order the governor or the state the state legislator to comply. However, there are other ways. The federal government can withhold funding and use other means to sway the governor or the state into complying. Right? So they could do that. Did you enjoy that little question and answer, business guys? Hopefully you enjoyed that, Jane. Hopefully that answered your question. Thanks very much, love. So I know too many are still asleep, and that's what Jane says. How long do you think you will wait to pull the plug? Do people have to take up arms and hit the street? No, don't do that. What needs to happen, as Q says, the only way is the military. Now, obviously, like I said, it's called the Great Awakening for a reason. And it's awakening the mass consciousness. Yes, I mean, we're all frustrated. I get it. I'm part of you guys as well. I'm frustrated as well, and we would like things to progress. But as Q says, we've got to use our logic. We've got to use strategy. And things are up to the commander and chief. Now, do you tell the enemy when you're going to do things in the Q drops? No, you're not. And anyone that says otherwise is lying. Okay, if they say they've got insider information, you know what Q says? Those that claim to have insider information or insider contacts do not. That's a fact. So don't believe that anyone's garbage. And as Q says also, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So that's what we've got to deal with. This is where we need to dig deep. And I've always said, ladies and gentlemen, towards the end, it's going to get harder and harder. Because how else are you going to awaken a sleepwalker? Are you going to awaken them with low interest rates and low rents and low costs of living and stuff? No, you're going to kick them straight in the balls with finances. And I know we're along for the ride, and that makes it even more painful, unfortunately. But you know what? Whatever's happening right now is happening in sequence, and there's a strategy behind it. So hopefully that answers your question, Jane. Susan 58. Awesome. Now I'm moving on to E. Dolphin. How you going, love? 1 week ago. Question: Are there malevolent and benevolent ETs? And how do we know which is which? Well, even though whistleblowers have come forward and spoken about the various sorts of extraterrestrial beings and technologies and stuff like that, this needs to be proven factual to the public. Now, this is what you got to remember. This, right, what President Trump is doing is unprecedented. Never before has a president, because everything's coming in on President Trump's watch, and that is he's drip feeding the mass consciousness and getting used to it. So, when you go into the water, it's cold, you got to acclimatize, then you got to walk in a little bit more, then you acclimatize again. President Trump is acclimatizing and getting people used to the idea that there is extraterrestrial life forms and technologies, and using his various D-class releases. I think it's up to number 5 on the official US government UFO website. So that's the case at the moment. Now, let me give you the lowdown as well. So, E. Dolphin, thank you very much for your question. And Jane, it was my pleasure, love. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well done. Thank you for those questions, by the way. Now, the thing is, if they wanted to wipe us off the, shall we say, the face of the earth, they would have done it already. In fact, when you look at the facts and you see that when we first started dropping, when the first bomb was dropped in 1945, the test in New Mexico, and then we had, not long after that, Roswell, right? You got to ask yourself the question that obviously they're there to protect us being, from our stupidity, from blowing ourselves to smithereens. Because every time there's been some sort of nuclear event, those things have seemed to stop it from happening. Now, you've heard about also there's been certain, shall we say, people that ran missile bases, nuclear missile bases, have come forward and have testified that the extraterrestrial craft, red orb, whatever it was, stopped them, stopped the launch as far as the missiles. The missiles went dead. They went offline. They've basically been telling us, hey, you bunch of idiots, stop playing with that naughty stuff. Otherwise, you're going to blow yourselves to hell. And they're there to stop us from doing that. Now, like I said, if they had been wanting to do a Independence Day sort of scenario or wipe us off the planet, or what do they call it, the Earth, they would have done it already, right? They would have done it. Let's be honest, right? So hopefully that answers your question, E-Dolphin. And, President Trump is just getting us used to this thing. Now, this is for Carol. Carol, love is the answer. 1111. My lovely Carol. She says that what is the difference between Operation Trust and Q? Operation Trust was a Soviet counterintelligence operation that was done between 1921 and 1927. The secret police created a fake anti-Bolshevik monarchist resistant group to lure and capture and identify actual opponents of, shall we say, the Lenin and all that sort of crap, and foreign agents. So that's what it was done by the state. Q is US military intelligence. Now, as you know, President Trump has gone out there on Truth Social many, many times and put a Q plus. He's always posting himself with a Q plus on his collar. There's always a Q plus present on his own Truth Social handle. Now, he's obviously telling us he's Q plus. Who is Q plus? Commander-in-Chief Trump. Well, logically speaking, Q is military intelligence, military. Therefore, Q plus is the Commander-in-Chief, the one that controls and commands the military. So logically speaking, you could see that makes, perfect sense. Now, Q was created to be able to awaken minds by exposing uncomfortable truths and providing the highest level of intel to be dropped publicly using 4 and 8chan. Q uses the Socratic method by asking questions and getting people to use their logic and discernment by sourcing real facts, evidence, and receipts. Now, Q also warned us how there is disinformation agents and those that spread misinformations, grifters, and profiteers who go deliberately out there to manipulate the truth. That's the difference right there. Hopefully you enjoyed that one, Carol. Did you like that little decode? Like I said, people got to get what Q really is all about. And it's in Q drops as well. So, Q drop, I think is it 821? Let's just go to that drop there and I'll show you real quickly. I think it's 821 or one of those. Let's have a look, shall we? Might be 821. No, not 821. It's something else. Hold on. I'll find it in a moment. Okay. Is it 831 or 821, Carol? I think it could be 831. Hold on. It's one of those. 833. No, it's not 833. That's the Mind Warfare one. Give me a sec, guys. Okay. Let's see. We'll find it, Carol. Don't you worry. I brought this drop up many, many times, and I just got to bring it up. Hold on, it'll be here somewhere. We'll get it. We'll find it. It'll be here somewhere. Let's see. Carol, do you remember which one it is? Let's see if Carol remembers it. She's really good. Q drop 521. That's the one right there. Q drop 521. There we go. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, you are being provided with the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world. So there you go. So Q is telling us that what its main function is to provide the highest level of intelligence to ever be dropped publicly using open source. Right? So there you go, Carol. I was quicker than you. But anyway, let's have a look. Let's continue on. So Team Mass, 1 week ago, this question, is the IRS in operation? So there we go. Again, the same question. General Flynn said, why should you pay for your federal taxes to a government that uses it for fraudulent purposes? Well, you think about what General Flynn's doing. He's exposing the IRS. And realistically speaking, what is it being used for? Fraudulent purposes. In other words, it goes like into a slush fund. It's a scam. That's what it's all about. And we know that Massey put in a bill to get it removed. So there's a bill to remove it. President Trump, Massey and Flynn are exposing the corruption of the IRS and the Fed. They've been doing that. You've seen it. Hence why Flynn is using the Socratic method, as Q does as well. So General Flynn is asking, right, that why should you pay your federal taxes to a government that uses it for fraudulent purposes? So he's using the exact Socratic method as Q is using as well, and getting us to do our research and to find the real answers. And it's exactly what President Trump has been doing. He's been exposing the IRS. He's been exposing the Federal Reserve just not long ago again, while he was doing that crypto summit, the crypto meeting, whatever it was, that speech with those crypto gurus. He mentioned about Mr. Walsh and the Federal Reserve and how it's a scam. How when things are supposedly going on the up and up, that the rates should be dropping down to reflect it. However, it's not happening. But this time, President Trump isn't blaming Walsh. He's blaming the governors, the board of governors that govern this Federal Reserve. And then he also shows the contrast. For example, 0.5 point or 0.5% is what Switzerland's paying as far as, the rates are concerned, compared to the United States on 3.5, he said. So he's exposing the level of corruption. And then he calls them elites. Did you hear that as well? So he called them and referred to them as elites. Because where's the elites? Over there, the devil's seat, Switzerland. Rothschilds. He's exposing the Rothschilds again. Now, if we go to Q drop 489, it clearly shows us as well, scam. Right? And the various scams that they use. So US taxpayer paying for it all. Paris Accord scam, Red Cross scam, foreign aid scam, war scam, and so on. Q also mentions about, how the Federal Reserve, how the IRS, how it's like it's a scam itself. Refers to 1913. Who are the silent thieves? So Q drop 4962. Let's go to that one. Right, here we go. Who are the silent thieves? Why are they manipulating you? How are they stealing your wealth? Bubble, crash, steal, lie, repeat. What is inflation? Monetary manipulation, taxation without representation, put an end to the endless 1913. That's when they created that Federal Reserve and I think the IRS as well. So there you go. And what General Flynn is doing is exposing this scam, getting you to think for yourself by using that Socratic method, which is genius. There we go. 5 of 5, comms clear. Had to say that. Thanks very much, T-Mass. Hopefully that answered your question. And let's go to Nurse Laura. 6 days ago. Hey, FCB. Is there nicotine in eggplants and cauliflower? Yes, they both contain tiny, minute traces of natural nicotine. Very, very harmless. Okay? Natural stuff. Not synthetic nicotine like good old Tucker's selling in his pouch. You know what I mean? This is for another show, that one. He's in the Tucker Carlson. He's in the business of getting people addicted to nicotine, synthetic nicotine. But anyway, that's another story. Angora lady, this is for you, love. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for this question. 6 days ago for this question. Hi, FCB. Do you think there's some significant reason why it seems that Marco Rubio has been tasked with so many different roles and responsibilities? Well, let me tell you what that is all about. Trump's doing it because Trump will never forget, and Trump called Marco, little Marco back in the day when he said all those nasty things about Trump, and he called Trump a con artist and all these nasty things, and Trump never, ever forgets, and loyalty is very important to President Trump. He also made Rubio, and you would have seen it, ladies and gentlemen, that the other joke of him making him wear oversized shoes to ridicule him, as if to say he's not worthy to be able to fill Trump's shoes as the president. You see what I mean? And that's exactly, it's an ongoing joke because he is a joke. Thank you for that, Angora lady. Hopefully you enjoyed that one. And then when there are political decoys being used, would we assume that individuals are being put and placed by both sides? Well, let me explain to you something. Political decoys are a fact. So they do exist. They've been used many times throughout history. I brought that out many times in the past. And you can go do your research on that as well. And it's true. Now, remember, this. You can determine by the biometrics that something is not right. If you look at the height, the ears, the distance between the eyes, the nose, the mouth, all that sort of stuff, the biometrics. And you can see that, especially the ears and the height, they seem to screw it up, don't they? Now, Can we assume that everyone is a decoy? No, we cannot. Not without hard facts. Now, if we go to Q drop 15, it clearly says something which is very important. And it says this, that the corruption that will come out is so serious that the deals made, needed to be made. All right. So, for example, deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, 70% of the elected politicians would be in jail. So, in other words, not everyone's going to be a political decoy. I mean, can you think about this? I mean, all these singers, leaders of the world and all that, all dressed up like with masks and all that. That's why I say we got to go with things that can be factually proven. That's why I say go with the biometrics. Okay, you can't disprove that. The other thing is, let's go to Q drop 15. So Q drop 15. There are more people, okay, there are more good people than bad. All right, so that's what it says there. And then we go here. The corruption that will come out is so serious that the deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, 70% of the elected politicians would be in jail. Right? That's a fact. Now, let's continue on. And then we'll answer. There's a call which just came through. Let me just get through this one for a moment. So I want to say thank you to Angora Lady for that question. Now, the next one is JFOL Stark, 6 days ago. Question. Do you know, or do they know who leaked what President Trump did with the plane? So I would assume you're talking about the swap that took place as far as in Ankara, Turkey. How would the press know? Well, anonymous US officials, apparently, they leaked that information, and people that were familiar with the operation leaked it. So obviously it would have been an insider. No named individual leaker has been publicly identified at this point. The full secret swap story, including the catering truck, came from none other than the Washington Post. And who owns the Washington Post? Bezos. And we also know that the Washington Post has connections to the good old CIA. And think of it from this perspective as well. Could have been done deliberately by design to catch the leakers. Remember, President Trump also sets traps, and he's not stupid. Okay? Things have been done by design. Because we've had instances in the past, remember about the signal things about the leakers and headsets with it, and all that. So obviously they're doing things to bait and to bring out these entities as well and see who's going to do it. Okay? So hopefully that answered your question, JFOL Stark. Now, how about I bring in Phil B? Phil, are you ready, mate? Let me bring you into the studio. Are you ready? Let's go, Phil. How are you, mate? Welcome to the 5 of 5 Comms Clear.
Oh, thank you. That's great. Good to be here.
Awesome, mate. Awesome. So, what's on your mind?
Oh, just how everybody where I live has no idea that anything's happening. It's just crazy after all the stuff about Fauci and all that stuff's come out, and even people I know that are nurses. I said, so what do you think about what's happening with Fauci and stuff? And they're like, what do you mean? So doctors and nurses and that don't even look at what's happening. So it's really, really crazy. So. And,
look, it's amazing, isn't it, Phil? I mean, look at what's going on, mate.
I thought they'd be angry. I thought they would quite upset.
This is what's coming our way. Sorry, mate. Keep going. I didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah. Oh, well, I just can't believe, like there's just no talking about. It's like it's happened years ago. Let's move on, sort of thing. So, yeah, I can't believe it. So,
well, you know what it is, Phil. Okay. You know
Yeah,
what that means, don't you?
yeah. That's crickets, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what it means is this: there's going to be a lot of uncomfortable truths at the dinner table,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah,
the problem is this. I mean, look, I don't want to say I told you so. We don't want to do that, right?
yeah,
What we want is, number one, well, we've been treated like a bunch of lepers. I mean, a lot of us have been
yeah,
ridiculed. You know exactly what happened. The goon squad, did a lot of damage as well. They probably saying we're just doing our job, just like the Nazis did back in the old days. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Sorry, that ain't going to cut it. I remember what happened here. I'll never forget. Okay, I was one of those people that marched in the streets, and I've seen it all. So you know what I'm talking about. There needs to be accountability. There needs to be justice.
Yes, that's what we're hoping for. So we're going to see something happen because it's quite frustrating actually. So,
Well, think
but
about it
it's
from
all
this
good.
perspective. There needs to be, shall we say, that this is happening on Trump's watch now. So all this D-class disclosure, all this is coming out, right? So what's amazing is that Fauci's right-hand man, they got him by the proverbial balls, and it's like this: do you want a lighter sentence? And how's this? I mean, you got Todd Blanchard just stepped into the role, and then all of a sudden we're getting heads rolling, which
Yeah,
is amazing.
that's right. Yeah,
So there's
certainly.
something definitely going on, mate. I could tell you now.
Yeah,
I could see it. It's all happening. Obviously he's going to cut a deal. You want less jail time? Well, guess what? You got to put up your boss.
yeah,
Now, what Q says is actually true about the horror show. It's time
yeah,
to end the horror show. And you remember that drop I showed you the other day on the Pulse? I don't know if you saw that drop that I brought out about
yeah.
about Fauci, but let me bring it up again just so we can look at it. All right, mate. Oops, I'm going to have to do this. Just give me a sec, mate, while I sort this out. Right. So, okay, there we go. You see that, right?
Yeah,
Now, have a look at this. Q drop 4250, and it says it's time to end the horror show. It's time to stand and lead by example. Now, who's standing? He is. Who is? There we go. Note who wears a mask and who does not.
yeah,
He is. And domino effect. Well, first domino, who would you go after? It makes logical sense, doesn't it?
yeah,
Already it makes logical sense who you're going to go after, doesn't it?
mm-hmm.
You're going to go after the right-hand man, aren't you?
Yeah,
So naturally, there you go.
yeah,
That is like, there's no more hiding behind the Second Amendment, Mr. Fauci. But this is the thing. People got to remember that there are other levels above Fauci. Fauci was the puppet with the hand up his ass. I want to know whose hand was up his ass and where it led to, because that's where the responsibility lies. Now, the other thing is Big Pharma. We know Big Pharma. Who owns Big Pharma? It's those power brokers up the top, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. They own everything. But then, as Q says, you got the power brokers, but then on top you got the others. House of Sword, Rothschilds, Soros, right?
yeah,
The unholy trinity. So we need to see, obviously, it's got to go up the food chain, doesn't it? It's got to go from Fauci or from his right-hand man, the domino, because it's going to go boom, 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 right? Now, this is the question. You're going to see people saying, I was only doing what I was told to do. That's the problem. Because then you got employers that force their employees to go and get the good old jabberooly, right? And they're going to say, we had to follow what the government told us to do. And then the government's going to say, well, guess what? We did whatever Fauci told us to do. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And then it's like, well, then who was the one with the hand up Fauci's ass telling him what to do? Do you see what I mean? And then it's like this. We had these entities, these leaders of the world, and not only just the leaders. The problem is that we had these religious leaders that were also implicated as far as, their investments in Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Now, where's this going to head? Well, it's got to start somewhere, and that's why I'm saying the domino, that's what Q says, domino effect. Well, it's going to start just below Fauci, isn't it? And that's the genius, because he has been busted conspiring to conceal COVID records.
Yeah.
So therefore, those COVID records are going to see the day of light. And now Fauci won't be able to hide behind the fifth. Forget about that one.
Yeah.
He's going to be copying it left, right, and center. And this is the thing: people are going to realize this. We're not going to be satisfied with that. No, I'm sorry. So there's got to be others that cop it as well, like the ones up the top, and then also the ones, the leaders around the world that have been conspiring with other entities to profiteer. Now, let's talk about Mr. Scott Morrison, our former Prime Minister. He was profiteering with AstraZeneca, wasn't he? Yeah. And then also our former Prime Minister, what's his name, Mr. Turnbull, right, Malcolm Turnbull. His wife was a big pharma stooge as well. And then Mr. Turnbull also had investments in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
So this whole spiders and web vipers nest has to go down. Yeah. But you know what? It's got to start from somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. Like I said, the truth is all coming out. The facts, evidence, and receipts is all coming out. And those that used to call us conspiracy theorists, that's the harsh reality for them.
Yeah. And some of them are still holding on to the belief that it was not harmful to people as well. So I think, it needs to start coming out on the mainstream media, or people won't ever might wake up. So hopefully there'll be a story or something that they will start seeing. So.
Look, Phil, it's happy days for
it's not on the news.
Look, it's vindication and validation for us, and there's some quiet contemplation and thinking for others, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Very true.
Anyway, mate, it was a pleasure speaking to you. Anything else you would like to say to everybody here?
I love being part of our big family here. So it's just keep up believing in everything and listening to you, and keep the spirits high and good vibrations. And that's all I want to say. So thank you for all what you do, and Carol and Soren and everybody else that supports you. So thanks, everyone.
Oh, they're awesome, mate. And thank you for coming on the show, mate. Cheers. Cheers, mate. God bless.
Thank you.
Wasn't it amazing? Thanks very much, Phil. It was a pleasure having you on the show. Now, the lines are now open. As you know, you could see that QR code. It's just above me up there. And if you scan it, you have an opportunity to have a chat like Phil did to me. Please don't be shy. As you can see, I don't bite. I use facts, evidence, and receipts. And it's really happy days, isn't it? Because, like I said, it's got to start from somewhere, doesn't it? It really does. So while I'm waiting for someone to, shall we say, call in, have a chat with me, let's continue on with what I prepared earlier, as in the questions. Now, Stella Cayman? Did I say it correctly? 1 week ago, had asked me this question. Is the arrest of John Podesta close, or even in the horizon? Is Australia going to be included in the revolution that America, not the USA, so the United States, obviously the corporation, is going through? Now, let's talk about John Podesta. Number one, we know John Podesta is connected to Hillary, Obama, You know what I mean? We know that it's going in that direction. Now, have a look, Stella, what's happening right now. What's going on with Fauci? So remember, the domino, as Q says, the domino effect is now in play. So I would say that we're heading towards that direction, because one thing is going to lead to another and to another and to many. So that's what I truly believe. And then also, we will get more key indicators as we progress. That's why I take each day as it comes, because as Q says, it's the events, or as I say, determine where we are in the plan. And I've always said that, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone that says they have the inside take are bullshit artists, okay? And they're just trying to farm you for clicks. And is Australia going to be included in the revolution? Yes, because we are under the US corporation. Remember when President Trump said he's taking back the power from District of Columbia, which is the corporation, and giving back the power to the people? Well, Commonwealth of Australia Corporation is directly under the United States or District of Columbia Corporation as well. And we know that President Trump brought down the City of London because that's dissolved. That's a fact. It was dissolved back in 2021. And that's what the United States Corporation was under. And we know that DC was its own little patch of land, just like good old Puerto Rico with your IRS. Okay? No, it's all falling to bits. It's happy days. Hopefully you enjoyed that one, Stella. Thank you for that question. Now, Stone64, why is humanity not pissed off what they have allowed the US to know? Let me just repeat that again. Why is humanity not pissed off with what they have allowed? Right? They have been trying to kill the US, calling us, allowed us to know. Sorry. Okay. Yes, you put US, it's actually us, right? Yes, there's just a little bit of confusion there. What is humanity not pissed off with what they have allowed us to know? They have been trying to kill us for generations. Well, think about this. It's all drip, 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 drip for a reason. Because it's like trying to awaken a sleepwalker out of its slumber. It's got to be done in stages. It's got to be done organically. And basically, these exposures that have been taking place, like, for example, with what's going on with Israel. I mean, Israel's been exposed, and Zionism and all that, and everything that's been connected is being exposed. So this has all been done by design. And even the Epstein business, remember that? Oh, yes, the Epstein. Q is speaking about Epstein. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Remember that one? You're a conspiracy theorist. We were talking about tunnels, and lo and behold, the tunnels are there underneath in the Epstein temple. And now they're speaking about it. They're speaking about Epstein. And then Trump's the proverbial scapegoat that's copping it all, because after all, he is the goat. The scapegoat. And then also he calls himself Batman because in the movie Dark Knight, at the end of the movie, Batman has to portray to be the villain in order to expose the real villains. So there you go. Right? So everything is happening under Trump's watch, not under Obama's. It wasn't under Clinton's. It wasn't under Bush's. It wasn't under anyone else's but Trump's. Even the UAP, UFO exposure, Epstein, that's all coming out. Why not just continue on and not speak about it just like Obama and just like Bill and the gang? No. No, Trump brought it out. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's continue on, shall we? Amber Philly. Oh, we got a caller here. I'm going to bring in D. Are you ready, D? Here we go. Welcome, D. Hello.
Hello,
How are you, D?
it's Debbie, but didn't spell my name all the way. I'm good. How are you?
Well, yeah, it's got DE. So How
It
are you,
did spell
Debbie?
my name all the way. That's okay.
That's the thing's fault, not mine.
Yeah, no, I know that. That's fine.
How are you, love? How
I
you
get
going?
straight to the point. I want to know your thoughts on Dan Scavino.
I think. Well, Dan's been with Trump. He's full loyal man. He's a loyal man. He's been very loyal. He's Trump's right hand man.
Yeah, I thought that, but I just wanted because I trusted Cash Patel too. Found out he wasn't good, So I was just curious. Just curious.
No, Dan's been with him for a very, very long time, even when he was a caddy.
Yeah, I
That's
remember
how
that.
long we're talking about. Cash came later on.
Yeah.
And Cash has been, obviously, there's a lot of, I've exposed him over and over again.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, no, Dan Scavino is basically one of Trump's loyal, he's very loyal to Trump.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious what your thoughts were because I thought he was good. I just wanted to know your thoughts.
No, obviously, look, you're going to hear a lot of stuff, aren't you?
Yeah.
Especially now with Miss Harp. Right? You heard about Natalie Harp and
No,
what's going on with that? Oh, okay. You got to play catch up there.
Yeah. I watch you every time you're on, but
Oh, look, it'll be on the next show. It'll be on the next show.
All right.
It's, how can I say, at the moment, there's a huge shitstorm. Okay? And Dan is basically saying things, and I'll bring that to the table. I'll expose it. But Dan's very smart. He's intelligent. And even though, look, people get pissed off with Dan because he's like doing certain things, it's like, oh, he's gaslighting us again. No, he's doing things deliberately. Okay, there's a reason for Dan's comms and the way Dan operates and all that. So, yes. Anything else you'd like to ask, Debbie?
Not right now. I had a whole slew of questions, but I can't remember any of them. That's just,
Oh, no, awesome. No, so whereabouts are you from?
I'm in Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, Arizona, nice and hot.
Yeah. Nice and hot.
Oh,
It's very hot.
beautiful. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It is beautiful. I love Arizona. I was raised here, so I love it.
So are you guys acclimatized to the heat there?
I'm not anymore. I had a heat stroke several years ago, so I can't take the heat.
Oh, gee. And what? So basically, how hot does it get there?
Today I think it was 100, but we're like 58% humidity because of the monsoon storms. But we sometimes get 107, 110. So
Ooh, that gets
a lot
hot.
hotter than we are.
That's pretty hot.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
You can probably fry an egg out there, and you don't have to worry about switching on the gas.
Actually, you can fry an egg on the sidewalk. You can do that. It's been done.
Awesome. So how you traveling? We might have a little chat. How you traveling? I want to get your thoughts. As in, how you going? How you holding up with all what's going on?
I'm frustrated, just like everybody else. But
Sure.
I mean, I know it's going to come. It's just a matter of when.
I know. You know what it is? It's like this. I mean, we want things done, but remember, we got to remember that what's at stake. It's only once and once only shot at it. That's it. As in President Trump, we have to trust President Trump, to do what he must do.
Yeah.
But we're seeing something now. That's the beauty of it. You're seeing this thing with Fauci's right-hand man, and it's got to start from somewhere, doesn't it? That domino has to be knocked off from somewhere.
Yeah.
And like I can tell you right now, I mean, ever since Todd Blanchard stepped in, things have started. I mean, with Pamela Bondi, she was a dead stick.
Yeah.
Right? She's been involved with Qatar and all these other things, money, that's all been factually proven, the things that she's been involved with. In comes Todd Blanche. I believe Pamela Bondi was a placeholder, if you will, just someone to just sit there and, hold the space. Then in comes Todd Blanche, and now as soon as he came in, we've got that one, which is great, which is awesome, because people don't realize that this is the beginning. You need to start off somewhere. Now, who better than Fauci's right-hand man? See, Fauci went out there and pleaded the fifth over 100 times. That showed and exposed how guilty that man is.
Yep.
Now, it's just a matter of time, and time's ticking for Fauci. And like I said, Fauci was given this confidence. Who was the ones that gave him the confidence and the authority to do what he did? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Debbie, it was a pleasure talking to you, love.
You as well.
God bless you, sister. Thank you. My pleasure. Cheers. Thanks, Debbie. It was a great chat to obviously see how you're feeling, and also it's great to see that things are progressing. Isn't it amazing? Now, don't be shy. Call in live. Speak to me right there. All you have to do is click the QR code and let's have a chat. Okay? I'm just going to continue on with these questions that I have here. So, Amber Philly 1. 2 days ago, you gave me a question. Do you, FCB, go by FCBQ on Telegram? No, I go by FCBQ on Rumble. That's my handle, my one. Now, do these others have permission to use videos or portions of them? Well, there are others that have been going out there and they've been putting them behind the Rumble Premium paywall. I do not consent to that. I've said it over and over again. I've even contacted Rumble and let them know. And yet it falls upon deaf ears. Should be nothing, out of the ordinary because, that's what you can expect from Rumble. Jack shit. Okay? Now, the other thing is, what these people are doing is putting my stuff out there. Now, anyone with half a brain, sorry, I'm laughing because it's funny, should know, why should I go there and pay them a fee to watch him where I can go direct to the primary source, meaning me? So anyone with half a brain would know where to go. If you're going to go there, then you deserve it because you're not using your brains. There you go. That's my answer. Let's continue on, shall we? Thank you very much, Amber Philly 1. Thank you for that. Okay. Browning 123. 3 days ago gave me a question. Did the real Donald Trump... Okay, this is the one Carol's been waiting for. Carol, are you ready for a drum roll? Right? Are you ready for a drum roll? Because this is going to be a big one, guys. This is where I get my shit on. Okay? Because, yes, this is all going to be blown out of the water today. I've exposed the thing to do with McDonald's, right? That whole thing about the human meat business. And if you haven't seen it, go and watch it on my my Truth Bomb section. Okay? I'm going to call it something else very soon because I don't like that name. I have to call it something else. But it will be in that section and you will find that I was the only one to go out there, and they should call me the Mythbuster because I've been busting, shall we say, myths and garbage about the McDonald's incident, the McDonald's human meat origin story and where it came from and how it continues to spread like venereal disease, unfortunately, just like the one that I'm just about to speak about. And the question I was answered. And look, I really appreciate these kind of questions. So it's not about ridiculing people. No. I truly appreciate these questions because I'm going to myth bust this one as well, like I always do. I'm trying to find the drum roll, Carol, for you. Okay? Let's see. Have we got a drum roll at hand for Carol? Let's see. There we go, Carol. That was for you, the drum roll. Because I know you've been waiting for this one. Right? Here we go. Now, you all would have heard about this. Did Donald Trump, the real Donald Trump, die in a helicopter crash? And the answer to that is no, he did not. Number one, Q has not indicated it anywhere in any drop that is the case. In fact, Q says that he's insulated, that he's protected, and he's the commander-in-chief. He is Q+. Now, where did this rumour start from? Well, here is the real facts, ladies and gentlemen. Basically, the date, October the 10th, 1989. Helicopter flying from New York to Atlantic City. So this was when he was, before President Trump was president. He was a businessman, the tycoon that you know. Victims of that helicopter crash was Stephen Hyde, Trump's top Atlantic City executive, Mark Grossinger, right, who was the president of the unfinished Taj Mahal, remember that one, the Taj Mahal Casino, Jonathan Benev, Trump Plaza executive, plus the pilot and the co-pilot. They're the ones that died. Now, Trump planned to take the flight, but decided he was too busy to leave New York. In his book, Surviving at the Top, I mean, that's ironic. What a name, Surviving at the Top. He obviously survived that one. The problem was that the main rotor blade failed due to fatigue that started from a manufacturing scratch or tool mark right there in the rotor blade. And then the helicopter broke up in flight. Now, also in 1990, Donald Trump invited Nat Holden to take a helicopter drive or helicopter ride from Manhattan to Atlantic City to tour Trump's new Taj Mahal Casino. Into 15 to 20 minutes into the flight, the hydraulic system failed. They sit down safely in Linden, New Jersey. Everyone walked away unharmed. Now, where did these unproven crap come from? That's what we all want to know. Well, it came from the 1989 helicopter crash that killed 3 of Trump's casino executives. Now, also they mixed that up with the online body double clone theory, that sort of business. But who was the one that started it? That's where we go to, me, investigative journalist, that goes to the primary source, because I'm all about the primary source, ladies and gentlemen, and it's about time that people knew the truth. So let's go to the primary source, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I'm saying. Don't believe the garbage that's out there, because there's a lot of fear porn and bullshit. That's the issue. And you're going to get that when you go elsewhere. But here, you're going to get the facts, evidence, and receipts, as you always do here on the Freedom Channel broadcast, right? You're not going to get garbage. You're going to get the truth. And I'm going to give it to you. Okay, I'm just going to get that file up for you. Rightio, let's see where it is. Let's go to the website where its origins are from, and it was archived, but no, FCB found it. Don't you worry about that one. FCB finds it all. Because, nothing can be hidden from FCB. That's the facts. And they don't like that because, they try to hide shit away from me because they don't want me exposing them. But I'm about exposing these clowns. That's what I do for, I enjoy exposing them. You know what I mean? Yeah, obviously it's going to take a bit of time because the clown's website is being web archived. Come on. It's taking a bit of time. Sorry, guys. It's unfortunate, but we'll get there. It's coming. Oh, here we go. The good old Wayback Machine. Yes, there it is. Donald J. Trump passed away in 1989, and the site that brought it out there was known as Reformation.org. Who is Reformation.org? Who owns it? Well, this specific rumour that Donald Trump died in 1989 helicopter crash was replaced by a body double can be traced to two clowns. Let's start off with clown number one, the original source. His name happens to be Patrick Scrivener, who runs Reformation.org website. Back in 2019, he wrote a long article claiming that the real Trump died in the crash and was replaced. He presents the entire thing as cold, hard facts, no disclaimers, no entertainment purposes, nothing's just straight bullshit. Then in November 2023, a woman by the name of Cynthia from Rose Rambles, that runs that website, roserambles.org, copied that entire garbage, that whole article, and bloody shoved it in on her website with zero disclaimers. Basically, her contribution to all of that, so she basically copied word for word, and then at the end of that, she came up with a little weak excuse. Draw your own conclusions. That's the end of that one. Now, the website Reformation Online or Reformation.org, it's a one-man operation run by a guy from Ireland whose real name, so that's not even his real name is Noel Kilkenny. He was born in 1948 in County Galway and grew up in a very rough Catholic reformatory run by Christian brothers. And later moved to the US to scribble this piece of shit. Now, what he done was he's been running this site since early 2000s. So he's been pumping this bullshit for 20 years, and this shit has been regurgitated. And Cynthia, roserambles.org, has been doing exactly the same bloody thing, right? Let's go to her little website, and she regurgitated that one in 2023. You see, ladies and gentlemen, they don't like me because I'm exposing them with facts and some receipts. No, they don't like it. Well, that's okay, stiff shit. Get over it. It's about time he got exposed. Now, here we go. There we go. Rose Rambles is rambling on. The same bullshit that Reformation.org brought out back in the early 2000s. And here it is, word for word, right? There we go. Here's a reporter's own words of what happened, the reporter's own word. So she's using her own little echo chamber. Right, put it out there. Rose Rambles, or Cynthia, that puts it out there, is also part of the same crowd that believes in the Nasara Jasara garbage, the med beds, the RV, the QFS, and all the other shit that goes with it. So she's been feeding it and echoing this on from Reformation.org, from Mr. Noel Kilkenny's website, and bringing it on into the 2020s, 2023. How does that make you feel, guys? I mean, to know that, hey, you've been bullshitted. How was that, Carol? Did you like that one? Yes, it was good, wasn't it? No, they don't like me exposing them at all. Rose Rambles, yes. And Mr. Kilkenny with his little website known as Reformation.org. Yeah, they thought that thing was dead and buried. No, I'm dragging it up. I mean, I know where the bodies are kept, and I'm showing everybody where they keep all their garbage. You see what I mean? They're not going to get away with it with me. I've always got the facts and some receipts. I'm glad you loved it. Yes. No, thanks for that question. Who gave me that question? Browning123. Thank you very much. And hopefully You got the real answer from a real investigative journalist and a real decoder, not the dickheads that go out there and kick the same bullshit, kick the can up the road like Rose Rambles or Cynthia, whatever her name is, that goes out there. No, it continues on, by the way. Yes, no, we're only just getting warmed up. Now, who would like to speak to me directly? I don't bite. I only bite those other clowns that go out there and spread garbage because I can't stand people that, number one, are trying to discredit the truth and try to bring that to, make it out to be facts when it comes from these dodgy websites. And then also bullshit people. I can't stand people that bullshit others. No, sorry. I can't stand it at all. And in fact, we've all been bullshitted too by these entities. Like I exposed to do with the McDonald's saga, that sort of thing. And it's just going to, shall we say, continue until people call them out to be a bunch of bullshit artists as well. Yes, 5 of 5 comms are clear. Yes, correct. Anyone else that would like to speak to me, don't be shy, guys. Hit the QR code up there. I don't bite, like I said. I'm a gentleman. I just don't like I said, people that grift and bullshit. Now, talking about grifting and bullshitting, let's go to the next question. Oh, yes, here we go. Number 2. This is from Browning 123 again. Thank you very much for this one. So she gave me a 2-part question, or he did. Also, did Bill and Melinda Gates die in India by hanging? Are you ready for this one? Who's ready? Let me smash this to bits. Yes, once again, we've got Cynthia and the same girl that spread the garbage from, Mr. Kilkenny's site about Trump dying in the helicopter. Now she's spreading out the garbage again. But then also the same woman who, there we go, that pushed the Trump story, also pushed the bullshit about the India story about Bill and Melinda Gates were hung in India in 2013. Now, she posted that. I'll show you in a moment. She posted that on her site on August 19, 2023. Now, that India story originally came, oh yes, I've got all the facts, evidence and receipts, as always, came from a lady known as Mary Fanning on a site known as truthbits.blog back in June 2020. That's where it came from, right? And as always, good old Cynthia from Rose Rambles, because she rambles on like a clown, obviously decided to echo chamber that piece of shit as well. Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, again. Let's go to truthbits.blog. Yeah, I'll call it truthbits.blog because it's worthy of a log, okay? And I'm not talking about a wooden log. I'm talking about having a shit log. That's what I'm talking about. And here we go. Again. There we go. Truthbits.blog. Bill and Melinda Gates died in 2013. Oh, yes, 17. There we go again. June 17, 2020. They have to put the 17 in there to make everybody believe it. No. According to Ancestry.com, Bill and Melinda Gates died in 2013. Right? Here we go. And it's just goes on and on and on and on and on and on. And it's just, obviously they're going to put little clips and stuff of the bullshit. No, you can't click on it. It's just bullshit. The whole lot is bullshit. So basically, this is the question. That's what they put on June the 17th, 2020. So according to this person, who wrote the story, whatever it was, I said it before. Yes, back in 2020, Bill and Melinda Gates were hung in India, died in 2013. Right? Then, good old Cynthia decided to whack it on her website as well. Oh, yes, no, Rose Rambling did it again. There we go. Rose Rambling, list of famous people arrested, dismantling the deep state, and it's listed there as well. There we go. Rose rambles, yes, you're rambling on again. Repost. So Bill and Melinda Gates both died in 2013, according to Ancestry.com. Lol, laugh out loud. So what? Do they have doubles? Are we doing clones now? Okay. We got that business going on. But no, there's more, as always. There's always more bullshit. Right? So the story was generated back in 2020, 17, obviously. Even Coco knows it's bullshit. Then Cynthia kicked it up the road in 2023, Rose Rambles, because she rambles on. Then, no, it gets even more than this, ladies and gentlemen. It gets more and more interesting. Because I didn't realise that Bill Gates can be hung twice. What did they hung him in 2013, save his corpse, put him in a freeze state, and then defrost him in Gitmo and hung him there again? Well, according to Real Raw News, that is the case. Because they said that in 2013 he got hung, Bill and Melinda Gates got hung, and then you had Cynthia from Rose Rambles kick the can up the road in 2023. That originally came from Mary Fanning in 2020. But then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Real Raw News. Now, everyone knows him as Michael Baxter, but that is a fake name. His real name happens to be Michael Tuffin. There's nothing tough about this clown, especially when you go around and you claim on October the 1st, 2021, that Bill Gates was hung in Gitmo. And just to top it off, Real Raw News even has a disclaimer on their website saying their stories are for entertainment and satirical purposes only. So according to these clowns, Bill Gates has been not only executed twice, once in India in 2013 and again in 2021 in Gitmo. I mean, this is a level of fucking dog shit that we're dealing with right now in clown world. Okay? This is the level of bullshit that we're dealing with. And it's 2026. I mean, how ridiculous is this shit? There we go. So we was hung originally in 2020. Mary Fanning put out a story that he was hung over in India, 2013, with his wife. Then all of a sudden he was frozen. He was frozen, what? And then, 2023, Cynthia from Rose Rambles regurgitated that bullshit. Then Mr. Mike, what's his name? Mark, whatever the fuck his name, Michael Baxter, that's his pseudonym, puts out an article, October the 1st, 2021. So they defrosted Billy. How's that grab you? They defrosted Billy and they hung him again for, shall we say, so everyone can enjoy themselves at Guantanamo Bay. How does that work? Yeah, no, it's plenty of clickbait and plenty of bullshit going all around the place, isn't there? And this is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there are people out there that absolutely believe the bullshit. They literally do. And I really feel sorry for them. If you think that Bill Gates got hung in India in 2013, they put him in a deep freezer so that he got re-hung in 2021 over in Guantanamo Bay. I mean, literally, we're hitting another level of stupidity. You know what I mean? Sorry, but that's just ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous. Anyone would like to speak? Anyone that would like to have a call and have a chat? It's funny, Sansalina. I mean, I'm laughing all. How can I say I've had no sleep and I'm still laughing over it? Now you think about this, that there are people out there that believe this shit. There's no logic. Logic went out the window a long time ago. No, we're in liquid shit world now. We went from clown world and into liquid shit world because that's where people's brains are turned into, liquid shit. Right? That's the reality right there. Unfortunately. Oh, I just can't believe it. I mean, I just can't believe it. I had to sit there and say, is this true? Do people actually believe this? I mean, I brought out about the McDonald's. I was the only one that brought out the truth about the human meat McDonald's story, and I showed the real truth behind it, just like I showed you the real truth about the helicopter and about President Trump being, that thing about he died in, the helicopter, and, they still believe in Q. That's the stupidity of people. I don't get it. They believe that he died in a helicopter in 1989, and yet they believe in the Q drops. And that's contradictory in itself. You see what I mean? And then you got these bunch of fools circle jerking clown jobs out there spreading bullshit and kicking the can up the proverbial road. When's this clownery going to stop? I mean, everyone wants something to happen, but people really need to get their head in the game, don't they? It's really a pie in the face of, I don't know what to say. I really, really don't know what to say anymore. Yes, Penny, I'm absolutely beside myself and gobsmacked. Because like I said, this level of stupidity doesn't end. And then when you see that Rose Rambles, aka Cynthia, goes out there and expects us to believe all the bullshit and says, oh, you use your own, what do you call it? Draw your own conclusions. And if you go into, there we go, quantum quickening, the quantum word is being used like no one's business. I mean, now, oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, did you hear about the new one? Med beds now is converted to quantum beds because quantum is the new key or the buzz phrase that they use for everything. No, because I've been exposing the med beds. No, now they're trying to spin the quantum bed just like, oh yes. Now have you heard about the quantum USB stick? Has anyone heard about that? We'll go into that a little bit later on. They just put that word quantum and everyone thinks that they're smart. You got to ask these entities that go and talk about quantum this and quantum that. Do they know about quantum physics? Do they know about quantum computers, how they work? And no, I've explained it all. These entities haven't. Okay? They're a bunch of quantum clown jobs. That's what they are. Quantum quickening. What the hell's that? Look at this. This is crazy. Just like you, Cynthia. Just like you. Look at this. The sitemap. What's the sitemap say? All this crap. GCR. There we go. Global currency restored republic, restored shitter. Right there. I mean, you go to them, and we all know when we go to that website, Restored Republic, where does it take us? It takes us to entertainment purposes only. Again. You know what I mean? So not only are we being entertained by the stupidity of Real Raw News. But now we're being entertained by Rose Rambles and Restored Republic as well. And every day they're coming up with some buzzword, some bunch of bullshit, aren't they? Restored Republic via GCR. Yeah, okay. And they just, look at this. EBS, there we go, mobilises 300,000 troops, orders global. We know what the word global is, and it doesn't mean anything good. So you keep pushing this. Then Mr. Pull, another knob, because that's all he knows how to do is pull dick. You know what I mean? Sorry, but that's what I think of Mr. Pull. Oh, no, don't you worry. I'm going to expose him as well. But this is what I'm saying. These bunch of asshats, you can see, it's the same story. There we go. Quantum. Oh, no. It's not quantum bed. My correction. It's quantum med bed now. Quantum med bed. There we go. Quantum med bed miracles and crystal chambers and EBS. And where's the EBS? Hasn't happened yet. Medbed technology. Oh, no, we're in Wednesday. Look there. Wednesday, 19th of August. And they're still going on about this. There we go. Jasara, QFS, and all this kind of crap. It still continues on and on and on. No, I haven't been showing you, haven't I? I've been sitting there, blah, blah, blah. Look at this. Restored Republic via GCR. There we go. Disclaimer. Oh, yes, I report the news as I find it. To credit articles with the original author. Yeah, the original author is the shit talker, but I'm going to put it all on my site and expect you to donate to me. Really now. I report this information for educational, there we go, and entertainment purposes only. There we go. And not as fact. How does that one grab you? I mean, where's the logic in this? It's like this. I can put whatever the fuck I want, pardon my French, you know what I mean? Any verbal diarrhea, any shit that comes out of my ass, and anything that comes out of anyone else's ass, onto this site. I encourage you to do your research. Well, that's what I've been doing and exposing you. Okay? And this is what I'm saying. This is the crap. Oh, yeah, by the way, would you want to donate to that site that's spinning crap? You know what I mean? So I encourage you to do your own research. And by the way, I'm just reporting or crediting the articles with the original authors. So the original authors are a bunch of dickheads. I'm just going to slap this slop on here, and then I'm going to tell you this little disclaimer so that I can get my ass sued. How does that work? This is a different level of clownery, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I'm telling you, this is like, I have to pinch myself. I don't know, we must be living in some sort of deranged twilight zone. I truly believe that we are.
Even the Twilight Zone isn't this fucked up. We are ruled over by demons.
Can you believe it? And then look at this. We're speaking about the med beds. We're speaking about, here we go, doubles. We're speaking, here we go, EBS is in there. That clown's in there as well. Military alliance. Okay, let's mix everything up. Quantum med beds, miracles, crystal chambers activated across 50 states, 200 nations. Where's your ounce of proof? Zero. No facts, no evidence, no receipts. Medbeds technology. It's like this. Anything fucking goes. Pardon my French again, because you know what? I'm sorry to say this, but if you're stupid enough not to read the fine print, then you're stupid. You honestly deserve, you might as well just go and donate all your bloody bank account to them. That's how stupid you must be. Are you not entertained? Honestly, I don't get it. I really, really don't get it. It doesn't make a world of sense. Sorry. I mean, Carol, am I going mad? You know, am I the only one here that can see the clownery in action? Are you guys seeing it? I mean, no one's speaking to me. No one's ringing me up. I don't bite, guys. I don't bite. I just bite the clowns. That's what I do. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, don't be shy. Hit the QR code and come and speak to me, FCB. All right? I just put the StreamYard link up there in what do you call it? In Rumble. I'll put it up on YouTube as well. And let's have a chat. Because I would like to hear your side of the story as to what you think of this clown show. You know, it's their goal to make us crazy. Yeah, it's like this. They go around and they use fear porn, sensationalism, hearsay, and the algorithm, unfortunately, really pushes them. It really does, because they love rage and they love fear. They love all these raw emotions, and anything that's bullshit they love, right? The algorithm just chews it all the way up, right? Anyway, let's continue on. What do you reckon? La Paro, thank you very much for this question. Thank you, FCB. I've been watching your videos for some time now, and I have not found a single journalist with whom I resonate as much as I do with you. Thank you very much, La Paro. I really appreciate it. And the question is, since we know that pretty much all politicians are bad and our US government is corrupt, do you recommend that Americans vote for the lesser evil, or should we not vote in the up-and-coming election? So obviously you're talking about the midterms. I voted for Trump. However, there are no candidates for local, state or congressional office that I like. I agree. I mean, I would appreciate hearing your thoughts. Well, my thoughts is they're all corrupt, left, right. They all serve the same beast. Okay? Now, I can't tell you who to vote for. That's entirely up to you. Now, what would I do? Well, I would just, I would put just something like a donkey vote, if you know what I mean. I would write that they're not doing my will. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, no, I know it's a bit of a tough one. It's like, what do? I mean, they're both sides are dickheads, right? You got the left that serves the beast, the right that serves the beast, in the middle. Which snake do I want to be bitten by? Right? That's the question you got to ask yourself. There's a two-headed snake. They all come from the same body, but they got different variety of poisons. Which poison do you prefer? That's the way you got to look at. Both of them are snakes, though. So hopefully that answered your question there. And like I said, at the end of the day, use your conscience. What you believe, use your own intuition. Landurus 1966, how are you? Question, FCB, with all these weather disasters, earthquakes, fires and floods occurring currently around the world, all at the same time, can you please elaborate what's suddenly causing them, and will they end? I know God is cleansing the earth from beneath, from all the filth, but how are they occurring and why not? Why now? Sorry, Coco's just going off his nut and I'm trying to think. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Now, let me answer that question. Well, let's have a look at some facts. There's some stats I prepared earlier on, ladies and gentlemen. I've been busy. 2026 disaster anomalies. Let's have a look. Well, the red represents previous year's average first 8 months because it's the first 8 months, right? So we're in the first 8 months of 2026. Now, have a look at this. The earthquakes to previous years, it's 11 earthquakes compared to 9, so it's much higher. The severity earthquakes, this is the normal desert floods and fire clusters are the real anomalies. So that's the ones that are off the charts. Unusual desert floods. Well, when you're seeing desert, like UAE, Saudi Arabia being flooded in its desert, there's something definitely not quite right. Especially when you look at what's going on with the Mediterranean fire clusters. So you're seeing countries like Spain, Italy, France, Greece, and around that area, Mediterranean, it's all on fire. No, there's nothing normal about what's going on. Okay? Nothing normal. Have a look at the stats right there. You can see it. Nothing normal about it. Okay? There we go. 2026 disaster anomalies via previous year average. They're saying that the earthquakes are normal, but the desert floods and the fire clusters are the real anomalies. However, the 2026 earthquakes are more devastating than anything else. This is the real head rubber, so to speak. Right? There's a bit of a, shall we say, head rub. Look what happened in Venezuela in June 2026, right after the, shall we say, the proverbial political change. You know, when the President Trump got the discombobulator and took over Venezuela and all that. Two massive earthquakes, one at 7.2 and 7.5 on the Richter scale, just 39 seconds apart. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to speak over Coco. Unfortunately, yeah, someone asked where's Coco. He's right there. Just 39 seconds apart. This is what we call a double hitter, which is very, very, very unusual. The very unusual part of it as well is that both of these, shall we say, double hitters were shallow. And when I mean shallow, both of them hit 10 kilometers deep, which is very shallow. Now, what happens is when you get a 10-kilometer hit, it's at shallow depth, the strong P waves hit first. These waves are fast compressional waves that push and pull the ground. They arrive first, but usually don't cause the major damage. That comes with what we call the S waves, the shear waves that shake the ground violently from side to side. These are the ones that cause the cracks in the buildings and cause most of the destruction. Because the quakes were so shallow, the S waves and the surface waves hit extremely hard with almost no energy lost all the way up. Now, two major earthquakes back to back, both shallow, both producing S waves that are extremely rare and devastating combination. So you've got the P waves that hit first, compressional waves that push and pull the ground. Then you've got the shear waves, the S waves that shakes the ground violently from side to side and causes the major damage. And that's why you've got this death toll that is so high in Venezuela. This is the thing. You've got two massive earthquakes that happen. Normally, you would have an earthquake days or hours apart, not 39 seconds apart, ladies and gentlemen. There is something definitely quite not right there. You see what I mean? Definitely quite not right sale going on there. That's a fact. It was quite brutal what happened. Really brutal. And here's the facts. So there you go. 7.2, right, at 10 kilometer deep. And Caracas was basically hit Real devastating stuff. This is the thing. I mean, think about it. Not long before that, the US took over Venezuela. Then we had the oil companies come in. Then you had that business going on. So there's something definitely going. This is what I'm saying. You got to look at the statistics. You got to look at the facts, evidence, and receipts. And then you're able to determine that there is something definitely going on over there. Now, is there an earthquake machine that can be proven in the public? Now, we know Tesla did an oscillator machine, but they're saying that's not enough to do an earthquake. You need something of big, like they're saying that the technology doesn't exist. That's what they're saying. But as you know, the CIA and all that lie, and what they say and what they've got are two different things. What they show us and what they've got are two different things. People used to be called conspiracy theorists when we spoke about the DEW. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. They don't exist. Really now, look at it right now. Direct energy weapons are all out there now. They do exist. MK Ultra, conspiracy theory, no more. It's out there now. Weather warfare. They did it back in the day in good old Vietnam. That's why they used the monsoon weather against the Vietnamese army, and they turned it to liquid shit mud over there. Weather warfare, Operation Popeye. Facts. We know that what they tell us to what they've got are two different things. We used to be called conspiracy theorists and over so many different things, and it's all coming out. Operation Mockingbird and everything can be found. We used to be called conspiracy theorists for a lot of things. We used to be called conspiracy theorists about the jab. Now certain things are coming out about Mr. St. Fauci, isn't it? Now there's going to be a lot of this going on. Crickets. That's what's going to be happening. And that's the thing. People got to remember that, is it possible that this technology exists where they're able to do these things? It may not be out in the public domain, but let's look at what the facts are. The facts are such that the CIA has a history of lying. The government has a history of lying. Yes, Operation Sea Spray. When they released a bioweapon in a US city. That's all out there now. That's all, everything's out there. Whatever I'm saying, go and look. It's all out there in the public domain. So nothing should surprise you at this stage. And now they're bringing out about all these other technologies, the discombobulator and, the Havana syndrome, frequency weapons. Don't be surprised. I have an attitude now where nothing surprises me. And that way you're not going to be like, crying like a bitch in the corner, sucking your thumb. You know what I mean? No, you're not going to be in the proverbial, shall we say, what do you call it? Fetal position. No, you're not going to be like that. You're empowered here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. That's why you come here. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, don't be afraid. Please, this is your opportunity. I do this for you. This is an opportunity for you to speak to me. This is a place where you get real solutions, real answers. Oh, yeah, we'll speak about the heart attack gun in a moment. Don't you worry, I've got it all lined up in the show. But like I said, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this 5 of 5 comms are clear because people have been complaining that they don't get an opportunity to speak. They don't get value anywhere else. All they do is get circle jerked and told how bad shit is. So please don't be shy. Hit the link. Carol's got it up there. Or the QR code in the corner. I thought people would be dying to ring up and speak to me. I mean, I'm not being a celebrity, but hey, we should have a chat. Come on, guys. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to hit that QR code and give me a call. That's why 5 of 5 comms clear means to talk to me direct. Now, how about we continue on? So thanks very much, Lendaris, for that. That one there, it's very interesting a state of affairs, isn't it? Especially when we talk about the UAE. Let me show you this. I'll bring that little map up again. So, standout weird flooding events in 2026 so far. UAE and Oman. Just this week, heavy rains caused major floods flooding Dubai, airport runways underwater, flights grounded, highways turned into river. This is desert country. Rain like this is extremely rare, isn't it? Then remember when Mecca got flooded? It was like all these boats were floating around Mecca, but it's not like supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be like a desert. Yes, that was the case. Flooding all over the place over in the desert, not very good. Then you got Indiana in the USA. The White River just smashed a 113 old record from the Great Flood of 1913. Where does that number come from? The flood of 1913. Isn't it the time when they created that stupid Federal Reserve? Pretty much. Then we got Japan. Chiba. 3 months worth of rain just falling in 12 hours. Record-breaking deadly flood right next to Tokyo. Then you got the Euphrates River, Syria. Significantly flooding in May, June from heavy rain and snowmelt upstream caused real damage in the region. Mediterranean fires, yes. Happening so close together in the same region during the same heat wave. This part is not normal. Normally, you might see fires in 1 or 2 countries, but this is, shall we say, hitting Greece, Spain, France, Italy, North Africa, almost like a chain reaction, right? That's how it's been working. The scale it's been hitting is off the charts. It's clustered together in the same time period is definitely unusual for even for that part of the world. It really is. And then so far in 2026, these earthquakes that we've had, they're of a magnitude over 7 and higher. Now you had March 24, you had Tonga at 7.5 at 230k deep. March 30th, Vanuatu at 7.3 on the Richter scale at 121 kilometres deep. April the 1st, Indonesia, North Maluku, 7.4 depth, 35 kilometres. April 20th, Japan, 7.4 depth, 25k. June 7th, Philippines, 7.8 on the Richter scale, depth 57 kilometres, 107 deaths. June 24, Venezuela, over 6,400 deaths. Both of these earthquakes known as a doublet, one at 7.2, one at 7.5, and both shallow at 10k. July 17, Mexico, 7.3, depth 15k. August the 10th, Colombia, right, 7.4 depth, 110k. August the 14th, Indonesia, 7.7 depth, 10 kilometres. You could see there was some serious damage. The serious damage is done by the ones that are shallow under 7k depth. That one in Venezuela was a doozy. It was huge, guys. Massive. You see what I mean? So, how about we continue on? Now, Rebula81, 5 days ago, question. When will everyone come together for the children? So much distraction every day. The amount of people that hate Trump, yes, we know. Will they ever come together for the kids? The children, as Q says, will unite humanity. And you've been seeing that President Trump is the proverbial scapegoat. And he's been exposing Epstein. It's been about the children. He's been creating executive orders and all these things to protect the children. You've seen that he's been the one exposing the amount of child trafficking and human trafficking. And yet he's the one that's copying it. Well, after all, he's the scapegoat. So when will everyone come together? Well, you're seeing people from the left and right, they're bounding together in the sense of they're talking about Epstein before, we were called conspiracy theorists. There's no conspiracy theory no more. They're the ones that are speaking about Epstein every day. So in other words, there is a unification. It's not about left and right. It's about, as I said, common sense, and common sense is the children. So President Trump is taking it for the team to bring out these narratives. And obviously people do hate Trump because they don't get it. Because they don't get that, they can't see what's really going on. Remember, the mainstream media are going to continue on. They're going to continue on saying all the nasty things against Trump. They're going to continue on because they're trying to save themselves. They know they're in the proverbial shit. After all, they were the ones pushing and promoting to take those vaccines. They were pushing the fear porn. They were part of that system. So they're trying to save themselves. After all, they're all part of the deep state system, aren't they? Left and right, Fox News and the others as well. They're all part of it. Doesn't matter. So, yes, President Trump is taking it for the team. He's exposing things, using himself to bring out these narratives about the children, and people are uniting over it. So hopefully that answered your question. And it's going to get more and more intense, isn't it? So you're seeing this thing now with the domino, like I said, it's got to start somewhere. And it's going to start obviously with Fauci. Then it's going to go up and up the chain, and then things are just going to go from one to another, too many. Now, you've been also seeing a huge, shall we say, never before exposure of pedophilia. And those that were protected are no longer protected. That's what's happening. So it's necessary. These steps, the way this has all been done, is being done by design and preparing the masses for the big names as we progress. Now, Deb Trago, 5 days ago. Do you think justice and accountability will happen before end of the year, brother FCB? Well, I've been saying that, we're seeing what's happening right now with Dr. Fauci's right-hand man. So this is the beginning of justice. And it's got to start from somewhere. And the moment that Todd Blanche stepped into that role, things have changed. So this is everything that's happening right now has been done by design. And remember when Todd Blanche was asked that question about will you be impartial to Trump and all that sort of thing, or are you going to be Trump's weapon? And he refused to answer that question. No, their days are numbered, guys. It really, really is. So justice is happening. You can see it in real time. Before, we never ever had, shall we say, the right-hand man of Fauci sing, I'm guilty. Well, if you're guilty, your boss is guilty as well, isn't he? Let's see what he's got to say for himself. No, he's saying the Fifth Amendment. No, he won't be saying it for too much longer. I can tell you that much. Now, let's continue on. Majestic Mountains, 6 days. Hi, FCB and team. Question, there seems to be some chatter. Oh, yes, here we go. This is one of my, shall we say, reveals, which I've been waiting to reveal to you. Now, FCB and team, question. There seems to be some chatter about the 5G towers when they were put up in the dead of night. Remember they said they popped up overnight and all that, many places around the US. Has FCB done research, led him to that? Oh, don't you worry, I've done my research. The question is, who's the one? And like, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, I go to the primary source as always, right? And you would have seen, oh, yeah, the 5G towers. That was all. Shall we say we know that this whole thing, 5G towers, popped up overnight, all that sort of business. But there was someone decided to ramp that up, right? So someone decided to push that to another level of fear. And then obviously the others, like, you know, those clowns out there, took it and echo chambered it, because there's a whole network of, shall we say, fear porn spreaders that do things deliberately by design, because the more you're fearful, the more money they're going to make. Because then they can peddle their wares. Well, if you don't want to be zapped by 5G, then go and buy my underwear that protects your knob so it doesn't get fried by 5G. You know what I mean? Buy the USB stick that protects you from and puts up a quantum shield. Puts up a quantum shield to protect you against the bad 5G. Really now, are we going to believe this shit? Pretty much. And would you say it was done by design? Oh, yes, a good con artist knows when to pull a con. And the con artist I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is known as Sasha Stone. Yes, he comes from Zimbabwe. Right? Now, Mr. Sasha Stone, failed musician. He done all this weird shit, you know what I mean? He failed as a musician, and then he decided to come up with some other grifts, okay? Now, you're going to hear it, ladies and gentlemen, because I think it's about time you heard it about Mr. Sasha Stone. Sasha Stone puts on his little, you know, hippie guru bullshit act, right? Selling the golden tickets, $10,000 of golden tickets of some Micronesia pockets of little land in his little utopia bullshit land, right? And, you know, $10,000 a ticket at 1,000 tickets. Now, you do the maths. It's a lot of money, Sasha. You're making a shitload of cash. And then he's going around and he's still grifting. That's the fucking thing I don't get, why people are still following that clown. And he made up this other thing about the International Court of Bullshit. And he put on his little stage with his actors, right? And he was sitting there with his, you know, I don't know, he's just put on this whole little act, right? And he's sitting there playing this game with his friends, you know, put this little symbol and, you know, they're all acting all, you know, that they got some sort of court going on. And it was just all a bunch of bullshit, right? Really is. Anyway, let's get down to it. October 2018, this is the fact of the facts. Verizon launches the first commercial 5G service in the US. That was in 2018. March 2019, good old Sasha Stone releases his documentary 5G Apocalypse, Pushing the Tower. So in that movie was done in 2019. So the COVID didn't hit in March 2019. It was a year later on. So this was a grift ready to rock. Okay? And he started his little 5G apocalypse, towers popping up overnight narrative, pushing that little fear porn in that documentary that was done a year before the COVID came. In April 2019, South Korea launched its full commercial 5G network. Mid 2019 to 2020, Sasha Stone started selling, oh yes, he started selling his 5G BioShield USB stick for £350 and claiming it protects you from 5G radiation, where the stick is only worth £2 bloody pounds. Early 2020, lockdowns hit. People noticed new antennas and they freaked out, believing the towers appeared overnight. And then Sasha's little movie made headway over there when it was made back in 2019 in March. Now, Sasha's been investigated. He was investigated by the British Trading Standards investigating that little USB stick that he officially pulled out there as 5G Bio Shield, Quantum Shield, whatever the shit he wants to call it, and called it a scam. Now, Sasha Stone dropped his documentary 5G Apocalypse in March 2019, screaming that the 5G towers were popping up overnight. So that was back over there, March 2019, even though 5G had only just been switched on a few months earlier. He then used the fear to sell these £350 USB stick, claiming he was creating a quantum field or a quantum shield to protect you from 5G. Now, these clowns like throwing that word quantum in front of everything. Quantum financial system, quantum beds, quantum this and quantum that. It's their favorite buzzword when they're trying to sell you the bullshit. Honestly, no, Sasha's been taking us for a ride, especially with his friends and that little thing, that skit that they did with their court system. I mean, did you see anything come out of that thing? Jack bloody shit. That's what came out of it. Let's be honest. Right? Would you agree? Think about it. No, Sasha Stone selling that bloody what do you call it? That stick it's real. Have you seen it? The stickers, you can go on Alibaba and buy it for peanuts. 350 and a pound. Think about 350 pounds. That's like 700 Australian dollars. So it's a fair whack, isn't it, for a £2 or a $5 bloody USB stick, isn't it? That comes from Alibaba, from China. That's a huge kick in the balls, isn't it? Oh, it certainly is. You know, it's a grift. I'm sorry to say it, and hopefully no one in this chat bought it. Okay, I really pray that you didn't buy into any of that bloody fake guru shit. Okay, because I remember when we used to watch him, because I used to watch him too. I thought he was really cool and shit, acting like he was, he reminded me of Jack Sparrow from what was that movie? The Pirates of the Caribbean. I mean, he's a pirate, grifting pirate. With that cool suave, and the chest, and then he goes around circle jerking with everyone else on YouTube and all those other places. And he talks all smooth and guru-y and shit. And people were eating that shit right up. You know what I mean? I honestly hope please tell me no one bought that garbage. Okay? Because I remember when he was doing that little stage with his friends, there was that little court system that he set up, and we all cheered him on. Please, do something, Sasha. These whistleblowers came forward and they did this and they did that and they did this song and dance, and there was a judge there. I don't know if it was a real judge, to be quite honest, or if he was paid off. But it was just a show. And I wonder at the end of it, that's the thing, I didn't pay attention. At the end of that presentation, I wonder if he had in fine writing that you couldn't see on the screen for entertainment purposes only. Because that's what happens with even with these people out there. I've been noticing that. I mean, they go out there and they put these little disclaimers. Now, have you noticed? Oh no, they'll do the card shufflers as well. So the card shufflers go out there and they say the bullshit. You know, the ones that read the tarot and shit. And then basically they say, oh yeah, it's entertainment purposes only, and it's on the fine writing on the bottom of the screen. Are you being entertained by that? I mean, are you going there for real answers, for real help, for real solutions? Or are you going there for entertainment? Because if you're going for entertainment, then fine. You're being entertained. But how's this? You're getting rolled. You buy into the grift. That's not entertainment. That's not entertainment at all. That's next level of stupidity. That's what it is. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Honestly, I'm disgusted because I really wanted it to be true. Sasha, I really wanted you to be true. And I've seen all the facts, evidence, and receipts, and your little Micronesia and selling $10,000 for a little pocket of. How much land do you get, Sasha? How much land do you get for that little piece of shit over there in the States? Some farmland. Let's have a look. What was it called? 10,000. The golden ticket of Sasha Stone. Let's have a look. The golden ticket. Yeah, we've been Willy Wonka, all right. Let's have a look. Oh, yes, here we go. Embark on a bullshit journey. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The golden ticket. Our team and many of you are resolute in manifesting a future where I am rich and wealthy. That's what he's saying to himself, realistically speaking. Where sovereignty and freedom and harmony reign supreme. There we go. Oh, yes, $10,000, ladies and gentlemen, to buy a little golden ticket. And there's only 1,000 global... But I thought we don't live on a globe, Sasha. Oh, well, I thought you said that we don't live on a ball. Awkward. And then he says, go co-create the world's first full-spectrum autonomous jurisdiction of micronation. Not very good, Sasha. Not very good. No, that's not going to buy you sovereignty. Are you going to buy a little piece of land the size of a matchbox so you can go and live over there? How does that work? A future where sovereignty and freedom and harmony reign supreme. And you can commune with each other from your little pocket of land that you bought for 10 grand. Really. Has anyone gone there to check it out? Join us on June, there we go, 29th of June 2024 as we embark on a transformative journey and my bank account gets richer and bigger and better. You know what I mean? And a new frontier of existence. How can you not laugh at this? Oh, I don't know. I just don't know how people can buy into this garbage. Anyway, yes, that's Sasha Stone for you. Full of shit. Next one. The question, and this is my take, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what people ask me questions. I'm going to give you my take. Right? I'm going to give you my take now. Now, Angora Lady and Lucat asked me a question. It's the same sort of question. What the heck is really going on in Dearborn, Michigan? Well, this is what I have come to a conclusion. Obviously, don't you find it a coincidence that they're doing this deliberately just before midterms? And what is this doing? I like to call it controlled opposition. So this Dearborn stunt smells like controlled opposition. Jake Lang, which is a guy that Trump pardoned from January 6, deliberately goes into Dearborn, a Democrat-run city, with the biggest, shall we say, Arab American population in the country, and starts provoking chaos right before the midterms. Now, this isn't the first time either. Think about this. Jacob Chansley, the good old QAnon shaman, you know, the shaman, the QAnon shaman, that one there with the bald head and all that fancy crap all over his face, the one with all, you know what I'm talking about, the one that did that. Basically, he was pardoned by Trump, and then he called Trump a fraud. So it just seems to me that two Trump pardoned January 6 guys are both out there causing problems for Trump. To me, these people were planted from the very beginning. It's controlled opposition designed to push people away from Trump back into the arms of the Democrats. It's a classic move. You see what I mean? What they're trying to do? This is the scum that I'm talking about. So in other words, you're putting this entity over there, deliberately done by design, to go there, right, and push that little game. Push that division, the hatred and all that. So then people think, well, hold on a minute. This man, Mr. Lang, Jan 6 man, was pardoned by Trump. And he's gone there to cause trouble. And what that is doing deliberately is pushing people and manipulating the voters to go across to the Democrats. Now, like I said, controlled opposition. And you see what's happening with Mr. QAnon shaman that waited for Trump to give him the pardon, and then he turned on him like a viper and called him, all these nasty things. And going on social media, may I add, and calling all those nasty things. Mr. Jacob Chansley, the QAnon shaman. And then both of them have been pardoned by Trump, and then they're trying to screw him over because they are plants. Now, you think about it. Oh, the Democrats are laughing. It's done by design. How was that for an answer, guys? Did you enjoy that answer? I think it was pretty much on the nail. Hit it. So Angora Lady and Lou Cut, hopefully you got a lot out of that one. Now, Lou 17Q34, love Lou, you're awesome. Okay, let's keep going. He says, yes, amazing experience. FCB will be such an amazing experience. The call-in show. Thanks very much, Lou. I myself am rather shy and would get quite flustered talking to the amazing FCB. I'm just like everybody else, guys. I would like to leave a question here, however, and please forgive me. No, all stress, no stress, Lou, no stress. My question is, okay, where is it? Drop 3387. Okay, let's talk about that one. It's on everybody's lips. It's called the 8-year plan. Now, I've been speaking about this for quite some time in the past. Q drop 3387. Listen very carefully again. Note past 2 years. So that drop was dropped in 2019. 2 years prior to that, it was 2017. That's when Q first started to drop. Note, next 6 years. Well, 6 years from 2019 brings us where, ladies and gentlemen? 9. Okay, so you got 6 years. So that brings us to 2025. Now we're in 2026. Now, you were told what was going to happen. You were told what battles we will face. Strategic, pre-planned, Patriots in control. So what we're saying is this is an 8-year plan. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this plan is fluid, right? Because moves bring on counter moves. And at the end of the day, who really is in control? It's not me. It's not anybody else. Anyone that tells you that they have the inside take or know what's going on or they know dates and shit, they're full of crap, right? And that's the thing. So listen very carefully. Again, this is there. Okay, so we read that. So realistically speaking, we know that it's the events that determine where we are in the plan. That's how it works. Well, do you think that if it goes over, oh, sorry, we said 8 years. Yeah, we'll let the deep state come back like a weed. No, the job needs to be completed. At the end of the day, Q also tells us, so see this word here, strategic. That's a very important word. Now, we go no past 2 years, past 6 years. Now, this also means another thing. What has Q always said? So is it really 2 and 6 years, or is it in bracket for a reason? Is it done by design to confuse, shall we say, the deep state, because they're the ones that are watching it too? It's not only the goodies, it's the baddies as well. This means, ladies and gentlemen, 2 and 6, Q drop 26. That's what it means. So in other words, Q drop 26. It doesn't mean in this case it's an 8-year plan. It means because we're looking at this and this, and it's 2 and 6, which comes to Q drop 26, which Q says, think about it logically. The only way is the military, fully controlled, save and spread once 11.3 marker. And you know what that means. So we're waiting for this marker to be met, which is Podesta. So all along, we've been saying, 8-year plan, no. It's actually been meaning, I'll bring that up again, this, Q drop 26. It's right there. You see what I mean? Yeah, that's right, Carol. 11.3. And the only way is the military. Another very important Q drop, which also, like I said, have a look at this thing here. It says strategic. Because this whole thing is strategic. It's a strategic, pre-planned. It's a plan. And know this, when President Trump says panicking, it means this: patriots are in control. P-A, right? Remember, it's a play on, and it's an anagram. P-A-N-I-C, panic, right? Patriots are in control. Patriots, who are the patriots? Well, we know it's the military are in control. Q drop 26 tells us this. The other thing is strategic. The other thing we must remember is this, which I'll bring up now in a moment. And just get the right Q drop ready for you. Give me a sec. Rightio. So, let's see. Is it that one there? Yes, Q drop 2816, ladies and gentlemen, 2816. Let's go there. The declassification of all requested documents will occur. What are we seeing right now? We're seeing declass. And there are releases happening with regards to what's being brought out about Fauci. This is not a game. Do not let personal emotional desire or desires do it now, right? What is taking so long? Q's told us this. Take over. What does Q says? Logical thinking, logic. And it says it also under the only way is the military. And what else? Strategy. So already we've got a mirror here, strategy and logical. Now we go back to this drop. There's your strategy, strategic, that matches that. You know what battles we're going to face. You were told what was going to happen. Listen carefully again. And the word again is in parenthesis, is in brackets. So therefore, Q works with mirrors. And therefore, we focus on this and we say, what else is in brackets? What else is in parenthesis? And you could see that the 2 and the 6. So realistically speaking, Q has wanted us to focus on the mirror, which is what is in parenthesis, what is in brackets. And these two numbers, when you say 2 and 6, brings us to Q drop 26. And you see, when we go to Q drop 26, that the only way is the military, 11.3 marker, and it also tells us to use our logic. So do you see? And then it says here, the only way is the military. Think about it logically and strategy. And both those words are mirrored here, ladies and gentlemen. There and there. So we've got a 5 of 5, comms clear. We all want to see equal justice under the law. Right? So we want to see all that. So in other words, Q's telling us, do not let personal emotional desires do it now. Now, what is taking so long now? Does that make sense, guys? It should make sense, right? So hopefully that answered your question, Lou. Now, let's move on to Anne Susan, 58. When will the alarming side effects... Here we go. This is where it's going to get very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. When will the alarming side effects to newborns of C19, so there's COVID-19 jabs, be addressed? I personally know, so this person here, Anne Susan, 58. Sorry, Jane Susan, 58. Sorry, I must have cut the J off. So it's Jane Susan, 58. No, she's got some ripper questions. Don't you worry, she gave me some ripper ones before. When will the alarming side effects to newborns of the COVID-19 jabs be addressed? I personally know of three newborns from jab parents who were born with several teeth, holding their own heads up, rolling over within 2 weeks and speaking words and sitting up at just a few months. This is unheard of, yet no one is talking about it. These babies also have soulless eyes and are aging faster. Are they transhuman? Well, let me show you something. As always, I've got the facsimiles and receipts. You know me. The baby's soulless eyes. Let's have a look what this means. Okay? Because we got to separate fact from fiction. And let me show you how rumors start. Okay, because there's a mixture of facts and fiction here. And you know I'm about the facts, evidence, and receipts. Now, you would have seen this video. I've seen it. You all would have seen it. And TikTok is very notorious for spreading, shall we say, things like wildfire. And when I saw it, I thought, let me go to the primary source, like I always do. Like I do with the McDonald's deal. Remember the human meat? I exposed that one. Like I did with the Trump helicopter business that he died, and I exposed that one, and I showed you the real facts and receipts based on the primary source. Like everything that I show you that is based on primary sources that cannot be disputed. So, this thing on TikTok has been going wild on, look, I expect it to go wild because bullshit goes wild all over the place, right, on TikTok. Now, you would have seen this video, and what this video is of a child, a baby, that this TikTok voice, what happens, goes in there, grabs someone's innocent video of a baby, her baby, someone else's, a mother's baby, the video, and is a dramatic conspiracy voiceover claiming it was a jab baby with soulless eyes and pushed it out there. Oh, yes, that's how it starts. I mean, that version went massively viral in 2021. The actual mother then took the exact same video that was posted on TikTok and clearly stated that the baby was born in August 2020. You heard correctly. In 2020, the vaccines were not rolled out. The vaccine started getting rolled out in December 2020. The child was born in August 2020. So therefore, that claim becomes null and void. But this is the kicker, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm here to set the record straight. So the mother grabbed the video with that voiceover, and that video was taken on August 2020. So that video was taken in August 2020. And it was posted in 2021 with that conspiracy voice, all that crap, in 2021 to push a narrative. This is the garbage that I don't like, because it makes the truth look like a whore, and that we look like a bunch of, shall we say, idiots. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we've been looking like a bunch of idiots because of idiots going out on TikTok and posting bullshit. Anyway, the algorithm pushes the scary emotional version. Obviously, it's going to push it out there, not the real facts that the mother had of her child's video. Let me show you the video in a moment. Oh, Dawn, actually, I'll get Dawn. Dawn's actually here. I'll bring Dawn in, then we can continue on. Are you ready, Dawn? Welcome.
Hi.
How are you, love?
I am very well. Thank you. And you?
Yes, I was in the middle of doing this thing, but yes, there's like I say, there are people going out there on TikTok and they spread garbage. You know what I mean?
I do.
How do you feel about the situation?
I think there's a lot of garbage out there. And, it takes a lot of discernment.
Sorry, love.
Yeah. I think sometimes clickbaiters, they say they're kind of true, but if that makes sense.
Okay, we're gonna have to repeat that again because we've got some echo. So
Yeah.
we'll just wait for it to settle. Okay. So, guys, can you hear us nice and clear in the chat? Let's see if people can hear us nice and clear. Okay, we'll just wait because we're just trying to establish that connection. Okay. Rightio, let's continue on, Dawn. So how are you, Dawn? How are you going?
I'm going well. Is it better?
That's a lot better. Yes, everyone's giving us the thumbs up, which
Oh,
is
good.
good.
I can't hear myself. Yay.
So, as you were saying,
Well, I was just saying that there's a lot of, like the clickbaiters you speak of. Sometimes they say things that have truth in them, but there's a lot of they twist it up a bit. So if you're watching that stuff and you don't have the ability to discern, you might have a problem.
the problem is that, okay, how do a good con artist work? They get fact and fiction, and they
Yep.
mix it up and they blur the lines. That's the problem.
It's a big problem too. But I have something like I've been watching and noticing, and I thought I don't really want you to answer it. I want you to ponder it and think
Yeah,
about
sure.
it, because you know the Q drops much better than I do. And
Sure, love.
so allow me to. Do you remember the Trump picture that the media hated? And he was in the red and white robe, and he had a sword, and his hand was glowing. And he said he was a healer. Do you remember that picture?
That's not in the Q drop. I haven't seen that one.
No, it's that one's not. That's not in the Q drop. That was it. Trump had posted it. I know you showed it.
Okay, how long ago was it?
Maybe a month.
Oh, you're
ago.
talking about the one that people were claiming that he was Jesus and all that, right?
Yeah, that
The
one.
one that was healing.
Yeah.
Yes, I know which one that is. Yes.
So that picture, he had a sword and his hand was glowing as if he was a healer. He kind of looked like the tarot card, the magician. Kind of looked like that. But so that's one thing. And then he went to Aberdeen, Scotland, and and received an award. He was all dressed in another red.
I did a whole
coat.
decode on that, and I explained that it's nothing to do with Freemasonry, and I showed the facsiments and receipts. I got the original video,
Nothing
so
to
I
do
actually
with.
did put it out there.
I agree, but he went. It's more. I'm thinking more. I don't want to say it yet because I don't want you to make me feel like an idiot.
No, not at all. I'm not here to make you feel like an idiot. I'm just we're just having a conversation. I'm producing the facsiments and receipts.
Yep. And so then Elon Musk, he posted a warrior, and then off to the right of that warrior was a shield, and it had the Tesla symbol on it. And the Tesla symbol looks like the very, very, very first Knights Templar flag, that Tesla emblem. And then General Flynn, he posted, and the storm was here, and he had the warrior also there. So I'm just making a list here of stuff that I've seen. Trump has talked about bloodlines and how important they are. He's also talked about his DNA and that he's somebody special. And there's my great.
Well, the thing is,
wait. Let
Okay,
me finish
you keep going.
my list. And then Hegseth has the tattoo of a Knights Templar flag on his chest. And then Tim Hogan, who's the 33rd Grand Master, he's on YouTube. And he's been talking about monatomic gold. He has the website where it's Templar made, where you can buy monatomic gold. It's supposed to have great healing powers. And when it's like if it's in a quart jar, if you filled it with this monatomic gold, the actual jar would be lighter than an empty jar. It's kind of interesting. And then Trump has the Ark at one of the Arks at Mar-a-Lago. So my question then is there anything in the Q drops, or is there anything that you could delve into and wonder? Is it possible that Trump is a Knights Templar?
Nope.
I don't
Nowhere
think
in the
they were
drops.
bad.
Nope. And
I
I've
don't
read
think,
every one of them, and I know that for a fact.
I think they were persecuted unrighteously, somewhat, but you
There's
know,
a lot of people spreading a lot of bullshit, love. I'm
yeah,
sorry to say this, but that's how it is.
no, I
And
agree.
at the end of the day, they're trying to make Trump into some sort of mystical character. He's not. Okay?
No, they're trying to make him bad too.
They're trying to make him into so many different things. It's not funny.
It's sad.
Now, what the problem is that people that watch these entities that go and blur the lines because they manipulate what they say and then they use the Q drops. They turn it into Swiss cheese. Okay, so
Yep.
they take what they want. They cherry pick things to push a narrative and to push their grift, and that's how they work. Now, these people that watch them, they think that, for example, right? I'll give you an example. Do you remember the thing about the gorgeous dam and 7 presidential messages and all that kind of crap, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Okay. People thought that it came from the Q drops.
No,
Nope. It's not in the Q drops. It's someone like Whiplash the clown that came up with that bullshit. You know what I mean? And spread the garbage all over the place. And people think that they take his word as axiom, which basically they thought that it came from the Q drops. And it doesn't. But what they do is they say EBS, which is in the Q drops, and they take that and they sandwich it into their garbage. And people think that it's all from the Q drops. No. They take things and they push it into their little papier-mâché creation, and people can't distinguish what is fact and what is fiction. They don't sit there and read the Q drops. People rely on their word to be axiom.
well, I haven't watched anybody. I mean, I watched one of the shows on YouTube of Timothy Hogan because I was curious. But these are just, things I've seen and listened to. And, it's just a list I put together that I've seen and heard and listened to. Mostly from you, because you share and you go over things. But he has, and he has talked about bloodlines and his DNA and all that stuff. So I was just curious if it would go any deeper than that. And
Nope.
yeah, that's all. I'm not much for. I'm very particular in who I follow and watch.
I just think that we passed the times of fairy tales and bullshit, and we need to get real because what we're seeing is basically we're heading towards, shall we say, real things that are coming out there about Fauci, and they're tangible things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're things that we can prove. Okay. Now, I always say to people, have an open mind. Okay. Have an open mind because at least that way, when it happens, you're not going to be shocked, beyond belief. You're not going to have a heart attack and kill over. Have an open mind. But you need to wait for that thing to happen. As Q says, once things happen, you can circumvent and say, future proofs past. It's in the drops. We can, circumvent. But people spread their garbage, and you've seen, I've been able to prove it over and over again from Shanae Goodwin, right? All the things that she used to push out, all the grifts and everything else has been rebadged, polished, and used again.
Right.
I've proven that over and over again. Even I brought in the person who, her father, the real Nassar, Dr. Harvey F. Bernard, his daughter, the real creator of Nassar.
Yeah.
And yet there are people that
show.
continue on to believe the shall we say, the fairy tales and the delusions of these others that continue to spread Shanae Goodwin's work.
Yeah, I have friends who still think that this Nassar Jassar is like real, and I've shared your video, several of them with his daughter. I've shared them, but people I don't know, they get
Yeah,
stuck in
it's
their own mindset, and
the problem is that I know, love it. Look, I get it. I mean, look, like I say to people, don't bother showing people that don't want to know. They're still stuck in this, shall we say, delusion and denial. they've got to get out of it themselves. They've got to go through these. They think they've gone through cognitive dissonance. They've just started, okay, because they've gone from one meat grinder to another. That's what it is. And these proverbial, shall we say, gurus and grifters, what they do out there is they go around spreading hopium, dragging people along, okay, with nothing that they can prove. I mean, how many people are still waiting for these med beds and QFS, and I've proven it all to be fake. Everything. Like I said, I challenge anybody to come on my show, and I will take them head on with the facts, evidence, and receipts. I will demolish them.
I agree with you.
They won't come. I won't. Dr. Scott Young won't come here. Neither will all the rest of the gang won't come here because they know I will tear them a new arsehole with all the facts, evidence, and receipts that I have ready for them. You know what I mean?
That's the best part. The very best part of your show is facts, evidence, and receipts. And I can't ever spit it out as well as you do with anybody if I have a conversation. They just, I just can't. I don't have that gift that you have. You're amazing. It's
You know what? The thing is, they use the word quantum, yet they don't know what that word means. They sit there and they say quantum this and quantum that and quantum, and I can rip them. Like I said, with quantum, I know what quantum means and what quantum physics and quantum everything. They just sit there and they just talk. They just put that. It's a buzzword for them to make a sale. You know what I mean? Oh, the quantum med beds now. Now we've got the quantum. They put the quantum in front of the med beds. Now they've got quantum biofield, that protects you against 5G, like that Sasha Stone, that major grifter over there, that's pushing a 350-pound, right, USB stick that's worth on Alibaba for £2, right? Or, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
I haven't seen that, but it's crazy. I mean, I don't know.
You want to talk about what's evil? They're evil.
They are very evil. Yeah, it's definitely a battle between, it's a spiritual battle, 100%.
It's a battle against the clowns, because then you got those others like that go out there and they say, oh yes, I control Flynn, I control Trump, I control Scavino, I'm all the top 5, and I'm the one in control of them. And then he claims to be Edward Snowden one day, and all these things. We've got this bunch of clowns running the show. Honestly,
yeah,
really.
And only 10 people know, right? Only 10 people. Less than 10.
Less than 10.
I agree with you. Like, you're my go-to show, but I just think it's just crazy, and I'm tired. I'm just tired. I'm tired. It's just a continual battle every day. The chemtrails, the food, everything's so expensive. And Trump talks about it being cheaper, and it's not cheaper. I mean, hamburger for me is a luxury now, and it never used to be. It's just, it's hard.
Right. Now, remember what I said? That how you're going to make people uncomfortable. And we're along for the ride, unfortunately. That's the thing. I've always said this for years, love. I've been saying it for years. That towards the end, things are going to get so hard, and it's going to hit people financially. And here we are. Things are getting harder and harder. Because like I said, how are you going to awaken a sleepwalker? You got to awaken them from putting on the financial pressure. They're not going to awaken any other way. No. But the moment when you start screwing around with their money, that's when they're going to get awake. They're going to wake up, right? Otherwise, they're going to still go out to dinner, go out to the pub, go in, the club, this, that, the other. Yep. They're going to continue going out to, doing their thing. No, you've got to really hit them hard. And that's what's happening right now. And that's what it's been.
I don't see that. I live in Pennsylvania, Russell, Pennsylvania, up in close to the New York State border. People here they're happy in their own little bubble. And
that's right.
They don't know anything else. They don't. You can give them the key, and give them the key and show them how to look and how to think, and they'll just go in their house and lock the door from the inside. That's what they do.
So if we switch off their bank accounts, you know what I mean? What happens then? Are they going to be staying in their little bubble. No, they're not. They're going to get pissed. You know what I mean? They're
Yeah,
going to
they're
be like a
probably-
bunch of bloody, hornets nests being stirred up. That's exactly what they need. I mean, you see what I said about, the Strait of Hormuz, what's there?
It has nothing to do
whole
with
thing.
us. Why is our gas so high? We don't use that straight. I mean, it's just,
It's
I
not
thought,
that, love. It's the internet. Okay, it's the connections to the submarine cables that are underneath there. They knock that thing down. Goodbye, fine. It knocks down the whole system. Now, you think about that for a moment. They've got no access to their money. Forget about it. It's going to be riots on the street. There's not going to be no, I'm going to go out to dinner. I'm going to go out to the restaurant and have dinner. No, it won't be any of that. It'll be out in the street like a bunch of hornets, and that'll be it, And that's exactly what needs to happen. People really need to get that kick in the balls, pardon my French, to wake up.
do you think
They
it'll
really
be
do.
like a light switch? It's just going to happen like immediately because
you
these people are not even close.
Well, you see that in the Q drops it says something kill, internet kill, Facebook kill. Okay, how are they going to do that? Well, they've got to cut off something, don't they? They've got to cut it off. That's why when I heard General Kane saying about the dolphins with the lasers, everyone was laughing. I knew exactly what he meant, the submarines.
Mm-hmm.
And then Trump said 159 of the Iranian Navy are underwater. Yeah, exactly what that means. Get a Q drop 159 talks about the submarines right there. It's in the Q drops.
Yep.
Right? Meaning the dolphins with the lasers that's what their submarines are called, dolphins. That's a fact.
Yes.
And do they have lasers? Well, they have DEWs, don't they? That exist as well. So all they have to do, and they're under there, 159 of them, under there, waiting for Trump's call. And as you know, the Q drop says about in May 2018 that Trump's got control over Iran. What do you think he's doing? He's allowing them to smash Triple Plus or Saudi Arabia, all that Gulf area, because they've been involved in the filth, right?
Right. And everything that's evil won't exist anymore, right? Like you said,
it's
like
got to make logical sense, doesn't it? So logic suggests you knock over that cable or those cables, that's it. That's the
internet.
There's no connection to the internet and banking. Well, you think about it. Where's that bank? Banking runs online, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, yeah. And the cryptocurrency, what happens to that? See you later. That's what happens.
So my $300 bags of 90% silver dimes might be helpful for me. I've been hanging on to them for like 6 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying, love. I mean, can you see everything has to happen organically? And that makes logical sense. Do you see? Logic. It all makes logical sense. And I've been able to prove it with fax reference and receipts and going to the Q drops. The others, unfortunately, go around spreading fairy tales and fear. And I've seen it over and over and over again where they talk about you better go and buy your gold from me, right? And buy this and buy that because otherwise don't blame us if you get screwed.
No,
Okay?
mine's in hand. I got 90% silver dimes, and I have them physically. That you can't. I would never do that. I would never. I don't know. I have my retirements in the stock market, but I would never. I don't know. I don't trust them. No.
No, I mean, you should go to look. This is the thing. I mean, what are we here for? Are we here to sell olive oil and life insurance and all the other bits and bobs? Or are we here to give intel? You know what I mean? What are you here for?
To tell the truth.
I'm not here to be a salesman, am I?
No.
I'm here to basically bring out the facts and some receipts and the truth. These guys are too busy circle jerking each other, right, and talking shit and selling each other, pushing each other's grifts. You know what I mean? On their little network.
Yep.
And that's why they do these little call-in shows. They got their own little call-in shows because everyone sits there and they think it's like what they do is this. They go around and they create this little community and they all, it's like an echo chamber, right? So they all feed off each other and basically they go there and they complain. That's all they do, sit there and complain about how bad things are. And while they're doing that, they're saying, well, guess what? They're ramping up the fear And as they're ramping up the fear, by the way, come and buy the gold from us. Buy our metals. Buy this. Buy that. You know what I mean? And it's like this. They use fear as a motivator, or fear of missing out as a motivator for you to buy their products. And that's what you're there for. They don't want to listen to your people's bullshit. They don't want to sit there and listen and help people. No, they're not about that. They're about making money. And the sooner people wake up and see what their grift is all about, the sooner we'll all be better off. You know what I mean?
Most of it all is a pyramid, too. Like, they're all pyramids, you know? They're not set up for the guy in the bottom to make anything, to earn anything. It's the guy at the top. The ones at the top. It's a pyramid scheme.
Well, they're running pyramid schemes themselves. I'm talking about the grifters out there, the ones that pretend to be truthers, but they're fakers. They're the ones that I'm talking about, because they are literally taking the piss out of everybody, okay, and scamming them.
Yeah, I don't do commercials. I don't do commercials. So
haven't you
people
seen
have
them?
Commercials. I don't watch them. No.
Yeah, thank God for that, because it's honestly people buy into their garbage. And do you go to someone like to listen to Intel and listen to them selling olive oil or life insurance? You go to the supermarket to buy your olive oil, and you would go to an insurance person to buy insurance. You're not going to go to a faker to tell you to buy this and buy that.
That's what that
I just don't get it.
15-second jump is for. Goodbye. I don't want to hear it. And if there's too much of it, I won't go back.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, there's a lot of them doing it at this point. And like I said, you think about it, they push fear as a motivator for people to buy their wares.
Did you see Trump today with that heliopad and where he signed?
Oh, yes. Don't you worry, love. Tune into the Pulse with that decode that I've got ready for everybody. It's going to be big.
Oh, yeah. It's huge. Huge.
Mm-hmm.
And did you see the number 301? There was a 301 on the side of the eagle's head, the one that was upside down. If you zoom in, the number 301 is written on the side. I can't
say anything until the decode.
Okay.
All right. Don't you worry. I've got it all. Carol wants to say, they sell perfume and toothpaste. Yeah, God help us. Toothpaste that you can apparently put on your toast. That's what Tucker reckons. I'm going to put he sells toothpaste. Oh, yeah, by the way, Tucker's in the business now.
I don't like Tucker.
Oh, neither do I. He puts on the Christian bravado, and he acts like he cares about people. But realistically speaking, he's selling addiction.
He's paid opposition.
Did you know he's selling ALP, what they call it, the tobacco pouches? So in other words, he's gone out there and he's teamed up with Turning Point something or other products, and half and half, and they're basically selling things to get people addicted to. Is that a Christian thing to do? No, it isn't, is it?
No.
No, it isn't. No, and especially when they would put bubblegum flavors and all that. It reminds me back of the old days where, you remember what they used to do? They used to groom children for cigarettes. So,
sure.
You remember the little cigarettes, the candy cigarettes?
Oh, yeah. We used to buy them when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm. So did we. And we used to sit there and... Yeah, but lo and behold, it was the tobacco companies that were pushing all that crap as well and grooming children to become smokers in the future. So you think about them, you would sit there and you would act all sophisticated like your mummy and daddy, right? Because mummy and daddy used to smoke, and we used to do the same thing and pretend to be like mum and dad. So when we got older, we would smoke as well. So that's the crap that we've been, Tucker's little selling the Bible app. Yeah, he seems to be selling everything. And he's a multi-millionaire, and he makes millions of dollars each episode. And the thing is, it's not enough. The greed is not enough for these people. So they've got to keep pushing the Christian card. Oh, he's playing the humble Christian man. Is Jesus this and Jesus that? And he's selling his, all the grifts that he could possibly sell under the sun.
Yep.
Selling medals. You know what I mean?
What's more even aggravating is that these people, and you watch it, and people are sending them money left and right, and they're thanking them. And I'm just thinking, man, I live check to check. I sent you $20 once, and that's it. And it's hard. I think, man, I want to send him, but it just keeps getting harder
I
financially.
get
But
it, love. I
I
get it. Look,
sit here and I watch I see people just one after another, after another, after another, just, and I'm thinking, what is wrong with you guys? These guys are making a few thousand a day probably on their shows from you being stupid enough to send them $170 for the 17, and it's just fucking stupid. I'm
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like Paula White Kane, that she uses Bible passages to sell grifts. You know what I mean? Oh, you
Yep.
want to buy a seed? I'll sow you a seed. You'll never forget. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
she's not a good. She's not a good.
No, no,
Candy
not at all.
Jones, Tucker Carlson, all of them. They're just mockingbird media, but they're paid opposition. They're the ones that tell you
Well,
those
that's it.
half truths, and you
That's
know,
exactly right.
like
You're correct.
I remember
Sorry, love.
Tucker come out with, and he was talking about APAC, and he was talking. I believe it was Grassley, right? Remember that? And
Mm.
then he got the what's his name? Is it Johnson? The Our senator. He's got the blonde hair, tall, and he had him on the show, and he didn't call him out for getting money from APAC. He didn't. He
Mm.
didn't say anything about it. And I'm like, what the
Because
fuck? What the fuck, Tucker?
Tucker does, yeah, Tucker works in, shall we say, you know what makes me laugh? When I saw him doing the Hunter interview, I just wanted to dry reach, because he was sitting there basically, how can I say, he should have just been on his knees, you know? Um,
I
that's
didn't
what,
watch it.
yeah, no, it was ridiculous. I saw it, and Carol and I saw it, and it was like, seriously, I'm about to throw up in my mouth. Talking about like as if they were the good old friends that lost contact. It's sickening. It really is. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, Hunter's. We all know that he. That tape that's still. It's still on YouTube for on Washington D.C. of him when Biden was talking, and he said that he turned over, he flipped basically. That tape, I'm
yeah,
sure. But I don't even know where I was going with it. I lost it.
yeah.
Anyway,
No, look, it's
he's
just,
a dirty piece of shit. They're all dirty pieces of shit.
well, Tucker keeps talking about exorcisms and demons and all that. What is he going to look at himself and get himself an exorcism? Because of his greed monster that's bloody possessed him. You know what I mean?
He's probably a
Because
shit-shifting lizard too. Who knows?
it's ridiculous. I mean, he has priests on there and all these, nuns and shit like that. And then he's sitting there talking about exorcisms and demons and how he got scratched by a demon and all this sort of stuff. And then, yes, let me talk about selling this and selling that. And I'm a multimillionaire, and I'm trying to get your children, addicted to these patches.
I
Yeah,
don't really understand why they allow such grifting and such bullshit to be out there. If they're trying to wake people up, why are they also filling their heads with bullshit? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense.
no, a lot of things don't make sense in this clown world, to be quite honest, especially, the world of social media. It doesn't make any sense, especially when they're trying to push, say, for example, the fictitious lies and deceptions and, rage bait and stuff. That's what they're pushing. That's what the algorithm favors, because it knows that people are going to engage, which means if you engage, that means you're going to look at the advertising, and advertising means money. So it does, the truth doesn't, shall we say, get pushed out there. It's not favorable. What's favorable is lies, deceptions, sensationalism, fear porn, rage bait. It's become a shit show, to be quite honest.
A big one.
It
A big
certainly
one.
has.
And we're all getting splattered.
Dawn, it was a pleasure talking to you, love. I've just got to continue rolling.
I want to say that I have a physics degree, and you did a really good job talking about the Q and the zeros and ones and explaining it. You broke it down very nicely.
Oh, the about the superposition and
Yep.
how the quantum works. You
Yep.
know how it's look,
Cat in
it's
the
very
microwave.
important.
Yep.
Yeah. See, these entities out there that push quantum beds and quantum this and quantum that, they just use it as a buzzword. They've got no clue how it all works. You know what I'm saying?
You did a good job. I just wanted you to know you do a great job
Look,
explaining, and I enjoy
thank
you.
Thank you, love. I appreciate it. And
Thank you.
wait till I talk about the mRNA and all the vaccines and stuff, because it's going to get pretty technical, but I will break it down so people get it.
You do a great job. You're very intelligent. You're educated. You've done a great job, and don't quit.
Thank you, love. God bless you, sister.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. Bye. Wow. That was, yes, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that feels that way. Yeah, Carol knows that, you know, Tucker's a grifter, and the interviews that he brings out there, any opportunity he grifts as well. He should go and get himself an exorcism. The demon called greed. You should get rid of that one. Yes, anyone that would like to speak to me, now is the opportunity. You can hit that QR code, or I will continue on with my D code. How does that sound? So where was I? I was speaking about, yes, here we go. Yeah, Coco's going off his nut again. Now, we're talking about the newborns, the COVID-19 jab, I think Jane Susan 58 said this: when will alarming side effects newborns of C19 jab be addressed? Well, I'm addressing it. I personally know 3 newborns from jab parents who were born with several teeth, holding their own head up and rolling over within 2 weeks, and speaking words and sitting up and up at just a few months. So basically being developed, you know. This is unheard, yet no one is talking about it. I'm talking about it. These babies also have soulless eyes. Are they aging fast, or are they transhuman? Now, like I said, I'm going to show you the different facets. So, in other words, this thing came out there, the TikTok video. That TikTok video was taken from a mother who actually had a child. And then came in the conspiracy voice, the voice that changes everything. Oh, you know, this baby got jabbed, so forth and so forth. You know, put on a whole little spin. Obviously, they would have went through the roof, the viral, and made a shitload of cash, right? Like everything else. Now, this is the thing. The actual mother came out of that video of her child and made it very clear and said that her baby was born on August the 20 in 2020, which was before the rollout of the vaccine. The vaccine was beginning to roll out in December 2020. So that's the fact. And then she was setting the record straight. So she was, you know, obviously did a video. I'll show you the videos. I've got all the videos here, guys. Don't you worry. I've got all the facts, evidence, and receipts. Everything I'm going to say, I'm going to back up. But here's the kicker. Her correction video barely got any views. So the lady that's saying, no, this is my child. The baby was born August 2020. It didn't get any jabs. No, that shit didn't go viral. That did not get viral at all because it wasn't scary enough. It wasn't emotional enough. The truth doesn't matter. It takes a back seat, right? So I'm going to play you now the video of the idiot that took the video and distorted the facts. All right? Let me see which one it is. Is it that one there or that one there? Let's see, guys. It might be this one, or is it that one? Oh, let's see what it is.
Let me tell something to you.
It's this one here. Okay, get ready. Here we go.
Let me tell something to you. If you don't have a pandemic baby,
Here we go. Pandemic baby. Here we go. Now, this is the video, and they're saying this baby's got soulless eyes. It's black and it's got no. I mean, look at it. I mean, hey, it's not unusual for that to happen. But anyway, let's have a look.
Let me tell something to you. If you don't have a pandemic baby, then you cannot sit with me. Do you understand what I mean? These new pandemic babies are built different. Completely different. If I had my last baby that I had during the pandemic first, I would be the child of one mother. I mean, I would be the mother of one child. I wouldn't have three because they built different. I'm trying to tell you, they are built different. They not like these other kids. They come out with an attitude. If I had her first, I would only have one child. I'm telling you. So if you don't have a 2020 baby or a 2021 baby, you can't sit with me. Don't talk to me. Leave me the fuck alone. Get out my face. Because you don't know the struggle of having a pandemic baby.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so she put it out there, and basically, this is the mother. That's the mother over there, right? The mum, the real mum of that baby. Now, the mother happens to be a pharmacist, which is, yeah, it's a bit funny as well, a bit odd, but that's the case. But the mother came out and she said that baby, that's my baby, and the baby was born in August 2020. So anyway, let's have a look at this.
I want to address this once and for all about the COVID vaccine. The past 2 days, I'm seeing my baby's video all over social media platform. They're all saying the same thing, that my baby is genetically mutated because I got the COVID vaccine.
There we go. That's the mother. Sorry, but is this because of my COVID vaccination? Of the COVID vaccination?
I was pregnant with her. And I don't know who spread this rumor. They didn't mention anything about the COVID vaccine in the video and other videos. It is not true. There's nothing related to the COVID vaccine, and my baby is completely healthy. I didn't take the vaccine while I was pregnant with her because it wasn't available for me at that time. I wish it was.
No, you stupid idiot.
And I took it around 6 to 7 months after delivery. So this is all not true.
There you go. So this is the problem. You get this crap going out there.
So if you're seeing this video, please share as much as you can, because I don't want to see any of my baby's video on social media again. They're all saying that she's genetically mutated and she's completely healthy baby. If you can help me with that, that would be perfect. And I don't want to spread any false information, especially about the COVID vaccine, because this is a really sensitive situation we are in. And I didn't mention anything about the COVID vaccine. So if you're seeing this video, please share.
That's the facts. So, in other words, these idiots go out there spreading rumours. I mean, I don't agree. I mean, obviously the mum's a bloody pharmacist. Okay. Yeah, the baby dodged it all right. Lucky. But that's her baby.
How does this?
I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Turn it to this!
Cut my life into pieces.
That's the girl now. That's the girl now. That's her. That's her now.
Says this is my last resort. Suffocation.
That's the problem. The problem is that people go around and spread garbage. That's the issue. That's what really grinds my gears. In other words, that people take it as axiom that was a baby that was vaccinated and as an end result ended up like that. Let's look at the facts. A viral TikTok showing a newborn holding their head straight as miscaptioned online with users claiming it showed a baby, who's unwell because it was born of a mother who was vaccinated against COVID-19. Here we go. The original video was uploaded on TikTok on July 23rd, 2021. And according to the description, the footage shows a 2-day-old baby in neonatal intensive care, less than 2 kilograms, can hold up her head and look at me, she wrote. The post tags also included hashtag pandemic baby 2020, hashtag 2020. Now, the lady that I just showed you, the mother, the author of that clip that I showed you, said the video was captured in August 2020, months before the vaccination effort started in December 2020. This is what I'm saying. This is the bullshit. That's why we call these names conspiracy theorists and all that sort of shit, because of this crap. Now, that's the facts right there. When did they start rolling this thing out? It was December 2020 to December 2025, billions of COVID-19 vaccines are given. And the facts are the facts. That video was captured on August 2020, the video of that baby. You see what I mean? And then we get called all these names because of these idiots going around spreading bullshit. No, that's crap. That's what it is. Now, am I against babies having that thing? Well, bloody oath I am. I'm against anyone taking it. Because it was... We know what the damage is. We know what's involved. So there was also 2 main studies done. So this is another thing. Because this went into studies. So people did studies on this phenomenon about the babies. And I'm going to read it to you. So there are 2 main studies that claim there's nothing unusual happening with these babies, right? Were done by this study was done by Dr. Eleni Joshua at UCSF in America and Professor Sarah Stock in Scotland. Now, these studies looked at babies born to mothers who had gotten the COVID jab during pregnancy. They claimed there was no difference in development, no accelerated growth, no problems, nothing unusual. However, neither study is truly independent. This is what I'm saying, guys. There's always a kicker here. Joshua, or Dr. Eleni Joshua, her work came out of a broader study that received funding from big pharma companies such as AbbVie and Ferring. Sarah Stock, that professor that I mentioned, works closely with the Public Health in Scotland, the same government body that was aggressively pushing the COVID vaccines. She even argued against investigating a spike in the newborn's death in Scotland. So when they say there's nothing to see here, it's coming from an institution that had every reason to find nothing. So realistically speaking, they're corrupt as well. What do this is what I'm saying. So you've got these entities that are going out there doing these studies, and I showed you that other one with that Fauci decoder that I did the other day, how they are truly not independent studies because they are being funded by Big Pharma and other entities. You see what I mean? That's the harsh reality. And that's what I'm saying. When you dig deeper, you're able to find what the real truth is. That's what it's all about, is the truth. And I've shown you, number one, what the mother said. So the mother, number one, said, that's my child. No, I didn't receive the vaccination on August 2020. The baby was born in August 2020. Wasn't born during the time when the vaccinations were rolled out. At the time, she wasn't vaccinated. So that discredits that whole thing. But then on the other hand, you've got studies that claim to be independent, but they're not. They're funded. You've got to look at where they're funded by, who's funding these research, these studies, done deliberately by design. There's always, shall we say, deeper levels. And you've got to dig deep into those deeper levels. That's what I do as an investigative journalist. Now, another thing. Let's go into some other areas that need to be discussed. Now, this is from Jan Susan 58. She gives me some real doozies. Don't you worry about that. If an unvaxxed person and a COVID-19 vaxxed person get together sexually, does the unvaxxed risk the transfer of spike proteins or parts of the bioweapons into themselves? We know they are dangerous, but is there any info about transmissibility? Well, let me tell you something. Let's look at it from a logical standpoint. The spike proteins, number one, is not a virus. It has no ability to replicate or to make copies of itself. So even if there was trace amounts were somehow transferred during sex, it could spread or sustain itself in an unvaccinated person because it doesn't have the ability to replicate itself. A spike protein does not replicate. It's the mRNA that tells the body to replicate. The evidence for any meaningful transmission through sex is very weak at this point. And that's the facts. People got to get that the spike protein is not a virus. It was something that was created by your body, artificially by the instructions received. So, for example, with Pfizer and Moderna, the way it operates is like this. They put the mRNA in a lipid nanoparticle cell, which is a fat bubble. They inject it in the muscle, and then that muscle basically is given instructions by the mRNA to produce spike proteins. Now, there are various vaccines that do the same thing. At the end of the day, different delivery systems, same result. Because people got to get that this spike protein is a template. So where did that template come from? Wuhan. That's a fact. So these instructions on how to build this spike protein came from the Wuhan lab, and they just got different ways of delivering that particular instruction to your body to create those proteins, those spike proteins. The problem is this. What is the problem? Is it the mRNA technology? Our bodies build mRNA, but it can also be created artificially. Now, mRNA that was created artificially using the Pfizer or the Moderna, well, mRNA naturally, it disintegrates. It doesn't last long. It's very fragile. So the moment it does what it's meant to do, it dissipates. It goes away. However, this is where the problem lies. The problem is such that the mRNA, they made it resilient. They artificially made the mRNA resilient. Therefore, it, instead of dissipating after it created the spike proteins, like a normal mRNA strand or mRNA would, they put something in it to make it more resilient so it can continue producing spike proteins. And what happened is the body continued to produce these spike proteins from your muscle, and it's supposed to stay in that localized area so that the innate immune system recognizes, say the bodyguard, the immune system says, hey, that's what it looks like, got it. So when the real one comes along, it knows what to do. It creates the antibodies to destroy it. Now, the problem lies that this same particular template that produces the same spike protein in every vaccine, because you got the mRNA technology, which is the Pfizer and the Moderna. Then you got the adenovirus, which is the Johnson & Johnson. Right? And AstraZeneca, they use similar thing using chimpanzee virus. That's probably why you're wanting to eat bananas. The end result is the same. The thing is, it's not the delivery, it's the spike protein that is the culprit. It is the thing that is dangerous. That's what the problem is. The spike protein continued to produce. You think about it, that mRNA that was created either artificially in the lab or in your body to create the instructions to create those template spike proteins that came from the Wuhan lab, has inundated the body. Now you think about that. When that thing has inundated the body and you continue to get booster after booster, you're going to have problems. Logically speaking, someone that's taken one shot to one that is continuing to take boosters is going to have issues. The one that's having the boosters, because you're continuing to bring on more and to get the body to produce more and more of those spike proteins. Then you're going to have issues. Then you're going to have problems. That's why all these issues and problems have been occurring. You see what I mean? So the spike protein itself isn't a virus. It's not a virus. It's a spike protein. People got to know the difference. With the Johnson & Johnson, he used what they call an adenovirus, and they gutted it and they left the shell, and they used it like a Trojan horse, a delivery system. So the mRNA technology that they used in the Pfizer and the Moderna used a fat cell. in order to deliver it into the muscle. The other one used an adenovirus, which was gutted out. So the virus, it was adenovirus, in other words, a common cold. They took out the guts of it and left the shell, and it was like a Trojan horse, and they installed the instructions for the body to produce the mRNA. This is the Johnson & Johnson, and that's the way it worked. And told the body to create the spike proteins based on those instructions or that programming that was basically this template. These instructions were developed in the Wuhan lab. And that's the thing. Now, the spike protein, number one, it was supposed to dissipate. But they've been finding spike proteins in the brain in various places. These studies are coming out, other studies. And people have been worrying about the sexual transmission of that. Look, you got to look at it from this standpoint. You're not transmitting a virus. It's spike proteins. And these spike proteins cannot replicate. They don't do the replication. They're not a virus. They cannot replicate. They cannot copy themselves. That's a fact. The problem lies with the person that got vaccinated, that these mRNA has become resilient. And it was done by design. And all this is all coming out. So all these things are coming out. That's why people have been experiencing all these symptoms, brain fog, and all these other issues, cardio issues, and all these. It's basically inundated their body, their system. That's what it's done. That's the hardcore facts right there. Pretty full on, isn't it? Anyone want to ask any questions, please? Now's the opportunity to give me a call and let's have a chat. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people that have a lot of questions regarding this, because it is a very touchy subject that obviously needs to be discussed, because people need to know what's going on. I'm breaking down the facts and the myths. I'm explaining to you what's really factually can be proven. And there are, like I said, there are different vaccines, but they do the same result. Now, like I said, the booster. You keep getting boosted, you're going to inundate your system more and more with these spike proteins, which is going to cause more issues. Now, obviously, there's a lot of people now thinking to themselves, oh shit. Oh no, oh shit, it's going to continue on. Because what's coming our way with all these disclosures is unbelievable. It's all coming out. I got Stella. How are you, Stella? Stella, you need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Yeah,
how are you, darling?
I've done that. How's that? I'm in hospital.
Well, what's going on?
I've just had my varicose vein sorted.
Oh, gee.
In Sydney.
Are you recovering, love? Are you okay?
Yeah, I just got it done this morning. I'm sitting here waiting for my husband to pick me up. It's only day surgery, so I'm
Oh,
all good.
awesome.
And
What do
thank
you
God
think
they don't have to ask about vaccines anymore, so of course I wouldn't have been allowed in the joints.
Well, what did you think of what I had to say? There's all your facts, on these
Oh my
vaccines.
darling, I was under anaesthetic not long ago, so I've missed some of your show, but I'll be watching the replay. But I really wanted to get in and say hello and thank you for doing everything that you're doing. You're such a good man.
Thank
God
you, love.
bless
I
you.
appreciate it. I
God
truly
bless
appreciate
you.
it. And look, I want to give people the peace of mind, but also they got to know what's going on.
It's so true. And did you hear in Sydney, did you hear that Australia has now come up with this new vaccine where they take your blood, make up a vaccine specifically for you, for cancer, for melanoma, but it's
That
an
was,
mRNA and Moderna
yeah,
is paying doing it.
yeah, okay. So this is the thing. I mean, Russia's developed it as well. So I think Russia were the first one to develop that technology.
Yeah, we are.
Mm.
Apparently Germany has been doing something similar for a long time, but this is the first time that they're able to isolate it. So I
This
don't
is the
know.
thing. I mean, Stella. I mean, the first ever mRNA vaccine that was released was that one, the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine for the COVID, right?
Yeah.
They screwed it up. They really did. Okay. The way they did it was they made that mRNA resilient. And the problem is because they made it resilient, because mRNA is supposed to dissipate. It's a fragile thing. It's supposed to do a function and then see you later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do what it's meant to do. And the spike proteins were supposed to dissipate as well. So give the innate immune system enough time to recognize it so they can develop the antibodies. Now, the problem is that they made it resilient, and because of that, it caused them to continue to replicate and inundate the system. You see what I mean?
Yes. And
now, obviously,
the spike
people.
protein doesn't that feed into other people? Can't you? You know what I mean? Like I take ivermectin so I don't get spike protein from everybody else.
You got nothing to worry about. This is the thing. People have got to get that that's the spike protein cannot copy itself or replicate. It's not a virus. Right? That's a fact.
Good to know. But I did take some hydroxychloroquine before I came to hospital because I don't trust hospitals.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So,
No. Look,
but anyway,
I
did leave you some questions in comments a few shows ago.
Did I answer it? Let me just see because I did.
don't know.
I did.
That's why I'm going to watch the show.
Yeah, I did answer it. I did answer it, Stella.
Oh, you did? Oh, good. I'll watch it.
Yeah, I did answer it. It was the one about the pedestrian and all that.
Yes, that's the one.
I did answer it. Yeah.
So, is it good?
You have to watch it.
Okay, I will. All right. Well, thank you.
All right,
so
love.
much
You
for
take
taking
care.
my call, my darling. God bless you. Okay.
God bless you too, sister. Thank you, and get better. Okay.
I will. Thank you. Bye.
Yes. Bye. And the lovely Stella. Thank you very much for calling me, love. And even in hospital, I'm honoured. I'm blown away. Now, who's ready for the grand finale? If you thought that was a mind blower, get ready for this one. Okay, let's continue on over here. Karen Walker. And this is from YouTube. How are you, Karen? I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you're listening to me, love, but anyway, here it is. If AI is so intelligent, why can't it solve all the problems it and the enemy causes? Well, artificial intelligence is exactly that. It's not a computer program. It continues to learn. It's called machine learning. Now, like anything else, it can be used for good and it can be used for bad. It has a dual purpose. That's why President Trump needs to create the infrastructure to be able to put safeguards down. Like a knife can be used to cut vegetables, it can be used to kill somebody. right? So you think about it, the genie is out of the bottle, Karen, and now President Trump has inherited it, and now he's got to deal with it with the best way he can. Therefore, he has to put the infrastructure in place to be able to put these safeguards down. And it can be utilized for, you can see with medicine, for example. Artificial intelligence can be used to be able to come up with cures. And it can be used to, if left to its own devices, wipe humanity off. But that's why it's important that President Trump puts these safeguards in place. Hopefully that answered your question, Karen. And then this other one. Do you think AI will cause a cyber blackout? Well, this is the thing. I mean, when we talk about things going dark and blackouts and stuff like that, because I just spoke about that before. How are they going to do that? How are they going to be able to bring, say, the whole system down? Well, they're going to be utilizing, obviously, things like a cyber attack, aren't they? They've been giving us tastes of that, and that's factually proven. You see, for the past few years now, they've been seeding mass consciousness about cyber attacks. So can artificial intelligence, well, they're using artificial intelligence for everything. The other one, which is this is the meat and potatoes, so to speak, the most important part of this question. Excuse me. Which is, she says, FCB. Will the chemtrails be used as a hologram, so to produce, shall we say, the screen to be able to project blue beam? Let me tell you where Project Blue Beam comes from. Where it comes from. You know I'm about the primary source, as always. Today, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear where it really comes from. Where did this information come from? Well, it came from a gentleman, a French Canadian known as Serge Monast. He's the one that came up with the concept. And Serge Monast never ever said anything about spraying chemicals to create a screen. Right? So let me finish what Karen said. So FCB, will the chemtrails be used to do the screen or as a holographic? Of a catastrophe or Jesus' return? Now, Monast, who happens to be a French Canadian, like I said, he never said that using a chemtrails to create the projection. He said that NASA would use its satellites and its lasers from the satellites to shoot a hologram directly onto the ionosphere. This is on documents that he wrote. This is what he claimed, and yet this man has got no real documentation. He's actually writing it. He's writing it, and there's no facts, evidence, and receipts to back up his claim. This is the one that came up with Project Blue Beam concept. Now, he claimed that NASA would use satellites, lasers to project the hologram directly onto the ionosphere, the upper layer of the atmosphere, like a giant movie screen in the sky. The chemtrails using as a holographic screen, that addition came later from others. Now, Project Blue Beam was created by Serge Monast, okay, and he wrote a document and published it in 1994. In 1995, he wrote another book called Les Protocoles de Toronto, the Protocols of Toronto. He said NASA and the United Nations were planning a massive global deception called Project Bluebeam. And this is what he said. Now, Manas died in, this is the funny thing, guys. This is the, shall we say, the weird shit. So Manas died in 1996, the one that created the and wrote about Bluebeam, from a heart attack, which obviously made people suspicious as hell. How he died a night in jail. He died in a night in jail, and he had no heart problems before that. Now we know when we look at Canada and the CIA that they connect. The CIA actually developed a heart attack gun back in the day, that's fact. It fired a tiny frozen dart laced with shellfish toxin that would melt in your body and trigger what looked like a natural heart attack. That tech was real. That was exposed in 1975 under the Church Committee hearings. So when a loud conspiracy theorist drops dead young from a sudden heart attack, so, you know, he's young, 51, not old. A lot of people start to connect the dots and say, well, shit, what's going on here? It looks dodgy. Now, what happened is Manas died in 1996, and then a few other people picked it up and kept this Project Bluebeam alive. David Oppenheimer, who ran a GeoCities page, remember those pages back in the old days, and expanded on Manas' original text and helped spread it online in the early days. And then another one, Ken Adachi, who ran a website, educateyourself.org, pushed that theory as well, heavily. And Tex Mars, an American evangelical conspiracy preacher who was directly influenced by Manas' work. And nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, it's taken up a whole new level. A lot of people have updated the theory and claim that Starlink is going to be the system that carries out Project Bluebeam. They point out that Elon Musk talks about thousands of lasers, which he does, on the Starlink satellites, and says this is exactly, then they say this is exactly what Serge Manas predicted. So this is continuing on. Satellites with lasers projecting holograms into the sky. It's been pushed forward now in 2026. Now, what did Manas say? He in his published book, whatever it is, in his documents, he created this thing into stages. So he said, stage one, this is how it was going to go down. Engineered earthquakes. They would use advanced technology to create fake earthquakes at a specific locations to discover new archaeological finds that would contradict all major religions. So the first step would be to create earthquakes, and those earthquakes were going to unearth archaeological, shall we say, artifacts that would contradict all of religion. So it would contradict all the religions today, all the major ones. Christianity, Islam, all of them. Step two, that he said, is the holographic sky show known as Bluebeam. That would project massive 3D holograms into the sky using satellites and lasers so that people in different parts of the world would see their own religious figure. Christians would see Jesus and Muslims would see Muhammad. Each figure would then tell the people that their religion was wrong and that they must follow the new one world religion. But here's the kicker, ladies and gentlemen. I came up with this. What happens in the mixed countries in America, in multicultural society, where Christians and Muslims live right next to each other, or even inside the same houses? And remember, there are multicultural weddings and people that are married to different nationalities and different religions. They're all looking at the same sky at the same time. And how can one project and show Jesus while the other one sees and looks at and sees Muhammad to the person standing? So how can you have both? How can one person see Jesus and the other person see Muhammad that are standing right next to each other? How can everyone see their particular image? There's no logical sense. And Manas said that he, that this was going to be specifically in a region. So what happens when your country's half Christian and half Muslim? In Lebanon, what are they going to do there? Then Manas never explained how it would work. And that's the problem. He's flawed. That whole thing's flawed. How could, and this is what I'm trying to say, is how can you know what Muhammad looks like when no one knows? So they're supposed to beam Jesus into your head and just say you're Christian and your wife is Muslim. Are they supposed to beam Jesus into your head and Muhammad into hers while you're sitting right next to each other on the couch? That's impossible, because that's projection is light. Second, nobody knows actually what Muhammad looks like. There are no authentic images out there. So even if they could beam a face into someone's head, what face would they use? It's another thing Manas never thought through, these things that I'm bringing to the table. The whole concept is riddled, with basic logic failure. That's the facts right there. So already it's impossible. Step 3, telepathic electronic two-way communication using extremely low frequency waves that would beam through thoughts directly into people's head. So in other words, how would they know that you're Christian and the person standing next to you could be Hindu, could be Muslim, could be anything? And it could be nothing, because people don't believe in anything either. There's atheists. So what are they going to beam in their head? What are they going to put in their head? What are they going to transmit? The whole thing's flawed. And just to think, ladies and gentlemen, that Project Bluebeam came from Manast, a French Canadian that has no hard facts, any documents to prove that this technology exists. Already, I've shown you the flaws. Using logic, okay, it's just not viable. It's not possible. And those that go around speaking about Project Bluebeam, they go by what other idiots out there are saying on those other websites that I've shown you before. The ones where they can't work out whether Bill Gates got hung over in India or over in Gitmo or both. That's the kind of stupidity that we're dealing here with. You see what I mean? That's the ridiculousness that we're dealing with. Jingle bells. Rosedale, that's funny. That's a classic. Jingle bells. Step 4. Manas said about supernatural manifestations. They would use a combination of technology and real staged events to create the appearance of a demonic possessions, fake alien invasions, and other supernatural events to scare the population into accepting the new world order. Manas claimed this entire plan was meant to destroy all religions and bring in one world government and one world religion. So this is what the ramblings of Manast. And this is exactly what is being rebadged and polished again. Because let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, having people in a state of fear means that you got them by the proverbial balls. You can sell them whatever you want. Oh, buy from me. Don't, get this from me. Do that. Do this. Do you see what I mean? People don't do the hardcore research. People don't use the logic as Q says. Use your logic. Use your discernment. That's the problem. People jump on the bandwagon and they believe all sorts of garbage that's been fed out there and rebadged and resold. And when you apply logic, like I did just now, anyone with half a brain cell would be able to work out that this whole thing is flawed. And know the origins of what Project Bluebeam really comes from. Today, no one heard about it, did they? Did you hear about it, guys? That Serge Monast was the one that did it, that developed it? No one did. Because everyone was going on by what garbage was fed out there. Going on by the fear porn express. There we go. Let me show you. Serge Monast. It's all there. All here. Oh yes, Carol, the damn French Canadians. They can't stop themselves from doing stupid shit. So it's all there, ladies and gentlemen. He came up with it. No hardcore facts, no receipts, no nothing. That's the problem. So hopefully you got a lot out of tonight's show, guys. And I want to say thank you to those that called in. Thank you to Carol. Thank you to Soren. Thank you to all of you. And please don't forget to hit the like button, share, and drop your comments. And then remember also, I do read your comments. We read your comments and also put in your questions for the next show. You see, a lot of time and effort goes into what I do. And I have taken time to read through all the questions that were given and to answer them with the utmost respect, using facts, evidence, and receipts, and go through it thoroughly. Don't listen to the fear porn, the hearsay, and the sensationalism that's out there. Today, I've broken many, many myths. I've exposed many, many truths. I've exposed the lies and the deceptions. Today, I showed you about what happened with Trump, what really went down, where others were going out there spreading rumors and lies about how he got killed in 1989, and where Q says that he's protected, and it's not the case. And we see the origin or the primary source. I take you to the primary source so you could see where that rumor came from. Then I show you the ridiculousness of how these entities that spread the rumors, how they use it to entertain people, satire, and to cover their proverbial behinds. Then I showed you the ridiculousness, because it is ridiculous, of what did they do? They hung Bill Gates twice. And then they tell you it's satire and entertainment. Are you entertained by that? Are you entertained by stupidity, or do you want to know the truth? I want to say thank you to those that have donated. I want to say thank you because that goes towards building this platform and improving the platform, and also saving to get this server done, which is very important, because a lot of decodes, a lot of information and things like that will go up on this server, and we'll be able to bring things out like that. Be able to do decodes on the spot when you got access to those kind of resources. I want to say thank you to Faye. Thanks, Faye. You love Faye. She's awesome. I love you all. Faye's on the Q Lounge. She's amazing. She goes out there, and every day without fail, Faye, you go out there and you put in such uplifting things. You remind us of what we're here for. And she's always lifting our spirits up. So if you're not part of the Q Lounge, join the Q Lounge. If you're not part of the platform, join our platform. It doesn't cost you a red cent. Because we give you everything without putting anything behind a paywall. The others, they put Rumble Premium and everything else in between. We do not operate that way at all. We do not operate that way. We give you the hardcore facts and receipts. You've seen how in depth that I went today, and I broke down many myths, and I explained to you things so you can, shall we say, feel, because it's empowerment. Knowledge, as Q says, is power. And that's what it's all about. It's about empowering people with knowledge so they can stand up, shall we say, against the deception, the disinformation and misinformation campaign that we are battling against each and every day. And those circle-jerking clown jobs, oh yes, that continue to spread their lies and selling their wares. No, it's about time that people knew about them as well. Now, especially, I gave a warning the other day, but obviously that entity didn't listen. That's okay. There's plenty of time to expose him and many others on the truth unredacted, because that is going to blow shit apart. There are people going out there deliberately inflating their numbers to boost the algorithm and using artificial means by purchasing bots and giving people the illusion that they've got these kind of numbers, and the numbers don't lie, but they do. And you've seen the other day about some dickhead that decided to put up a picture, an image of the White House, and claimed that he knew where everything is underneath the White House, so underneath the ballroom, and thought that he could point out where everything is, where there's nothing on public record, there's no blueprints, and it's under lock and key. And no, People claim that they're part of the military and they use the military as a cash card. They use the military to give them some sort of credibility. And you know who the cast of characters are. You see them. They use the military card. I've done the military and therefore whatever I say is all true. Now, that's the biggest lie of all. And shame on them all that they use the military card. Because realistically speaking, they're dishonoring the military by doing that. All they give a shit about is their grift. That's all they care about. But that's okay. Like I said, they'll know what hit them when the time is right. And it'll come when they least expect it. Now, don't forget, thumbs up, great comments, to share this all around the place. And I will see you soon. Not in the in the distant future, not in the distant future, but very, very soon. And I'm sure you're waiting for some answers, which I've prepared, to do with President Trump's little helipad thing that took place the other day, and other things as well on the Pulse. Cheers, everybody. God bless you all. Thanks.